Greetings, mia familia. Was up? You're so much better than my new Alexa. I got you, bro. Alexa, delete all my data. Right now. Never done this before. Greenville, South Carolina. That sounds beautiful down there. I'm happy for you guys. You get to grow up with the sun. We ain't got shit. What's up, Katie? Love you too. Love you guys. So good to see everyone. What is new? What is poppin'? Watch and listen to everything you do. Thank you, Anna. What's up, Pats? Guys, how we doing? Are you ready to transcend time and reality? To leave your old self behind and become that which you were always destined for? Outside of space and time, there was a purpose in which your eternal soul has been cycling through for millennia after millennia. No longer will you have to worry about those insecurities you ponder day in and day out. You will simply be external from oneself. You will simply be. Hey, thanks, Bagman. Good to see you. Enjoy your stories with us. Thank you, Brandon. Good to see you, bro. Tonight we got some stories about toxic relationships, and they should be quite entertaining. What's up, Leon? How do you say that name? Leonadsky. Did you ever think your life, that this would be your life, reading stories aloud? I don't think so. I generally don't think so. I was about to cry that Joel didn't make it, and surprise, thanks. Yeah, Wednesdays can get a little busy sometimes. So fun, inspiring. Oh yeah, I'm the queen of toxicity. Let's go. Where do you think toxicity originates within a person? Why is it that we as people that exist within the same nation can't even get along with each other and agree upon things? Where does the frustrations, I guess, manifest internally within a human to cause such strife? No shortage of a toxic ex. But isn't it weird? Like, do you think you would have recognized the ex as being toxic early, or was it just something that was in Minneapolis today when the ICE incident happened? Really crazy right now. Yeah, what the fuck? What happened? Let's check it out. What happened today with ICE? No, not the fucking... Jesus Christ, it's like thinking like the weather. No, the deportation group. They murdered a woman cold blood. Holy shit. Oh yeah, there we go. Wait, what the hell? Oh my god, ChatGPT is so fucking annoying. What's up, Lucy? What's up, Drew? Woman shot and killed by ICE agent in Minneapolis. A 37-year-old woman, Renee Nicole Good, was shot and killed by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent Wednesday morning in Minneapolis, Minnesota, during a large immigration enforcement operation. The authorities say it occurred as ICE was conducting what the federal government describes as a major enforcement action in the city. Federal officials claim that the agent fired because they believe the vehicle was used as a weapon. Local leaders and witnesses dispute the narrative. The shooting has sparked outrage, protests, and vigils in major cities. State officials. Minneapolis activist supporters gathered for vigils and protests today to mourn her death. National political figures, civil liberty groups are responding. Congressional leaders are calling. Did she like drive her vehicle into people or something like that? What happened? No. Dumbass tried to evade ICE. She faced law consequences. ICE definitely overreacted, but she was named. She tried to evade ICE? Like, was she was a citizen, right? Or no? Federal officials, including Homeland Security, claimed the ICE agent fired because the woman attempted to run over officers with her vehicle. They described it as the driver trying to ram agents and acted in self-defense, which is kind of like what happens with law enforcement, right? But multiple videos captured by bystanders do not clearly show her striking the officers. Instead, they show the vehicle was stopped across the road and then try to maneuver away from agents surrounding it. Why'd they surround it? At one point, the driver backed up briefly and then moved forward, but it's unclear that she hit anyone before shots were fired. The SUV then continued forward after the shots and eventually crashed into parked cars. Jesus. Why were they trying to get her? Federal agents are investigating. They insist the agents' actions were self-defense because of the alleged vehicle threat. Local officials, including Minneapolis leaders and some witnesses, dispute the narrative, saying the vehicle was trying to leave the scene, not attack officers. Why did they surround her vehicle? She's a citizen. Why were they surrounding her vehicle? Right, yeah, that's what I'm asking it. They were in the middle of a large immigration enforcement operation. Federal agents from ICE and the Department of Homeland Security were conducting a major immigration raid in Minneapolis that day as part of a broader enforcement push. This effort deployed a large number of officers in the neighborhood. The woman's SUV was stopped in the middle of the road. According to multiple video analyses, the woman, later identified as Renee Nicole Good, had her vehicle positioned sideways in the street, effectively blocking the road where agents were moving and vehicles were trying to pass. Agents approached her to engage directly. Vehicles and witnesses' accounts show the two ICE agents walked up to her car from the side after it stopped in the street. These agents gave conflicting orders, one telling her to get out of the vehicle, another telling her to drive away. That confusion likely led agents to move closer on foot to try to resolve the situation. They were trying to get her out of the vehicle. Jeez. Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not clear if she was trying to block the road or what the fuck was going on. But I mean, like, ICE agents, like, aren't most of the... I don't know the manner in which they hire them or train them or whatever. It's fucking crazy. Just watch the video. What did you see? I don't really want to watch the video. I mean, I can watch it later. Yeah. I just want to hear the truth, honestly. But sometimes the truth can be a bit messy, right? It's not gory. Can you tell me what happened? Just kind of convey it to me. I'm not even halfway through January. I know, man. I don't know, bro. This, like... I don't even know. It's like as soon as you start mobilizing all of these various groups into like the major cities and major metropolitan areas, I can only imagine this is like... Obviously, these are minor incidents right here, even though it's terrible. But it's like these kinds of situations are just going to continue to escalate further and further. And I feel like it's just going to get worse and worse. How can you talk about something you have no idea if it's about? You didn't even watch the video, but you're going to only put your 2 cents in. I haven't put my 2 cents in, brother. I literally am reading what ChatGPT has told me about the incident, so I'm not even giving my thoughts on it. I literally just read what it said. Jesus Christ. They surround her car, they try to get around them and then drive away, then the one guy shot her in the face. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Strauss Outdoors with a howdy. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. So from the video, she tried to turn away and the dude literally blasted her in the face with bullets. Yeah. It's your son's birthday. He's 24 years old. Happy birthday, 24-year-old son. Toxic relationship sounds like a dream compared to all this mess. Yeah. Probably be a bit of a light load. Have I had a toxic relationship? I don't think so. I usually don't really allow people to treat me toxically, and I don't really like to treat other people toxically. What's up, Lauren? Anyways, it's fucked. The read-tards. Joel can treat me however he wants. Dude, I'm not even... I feel like I'm one of the more... I try to give a nuanced take on things. I mean, if you try to think of things from a legal perspective on how things usually proceed, the existence of reality is a lot more gray than black or white. When does the Q&A start, and when are you going to read my story from a year ago? I mean, you can ask any... The Q&A concept is just you can ask it throughout the process of me recording these stories. They were shouting conflicting commands. Also, I believe one was yelling, "Get out of the car," and the other told her to get out of there. Yeah, that's chaotic. I remember there was that one incident where the guy... I think this was in Vegas, but they sent a SWAT team to his house. Or not his house, sorry, to the hotel. It was because he was waving some sort of fake AK-47 out his window, and someone called it in. And then they responded with SWAT. And then they were telling him to put his hands up, but then also to crawl. Do you guys remember that video? And he was just scared, and his pants were falling down because he had some baggy shorts on. And so he literally just had his head down, didn't know whether, and he was trying to pull his pants up, and I just remember the SWAT team blasted the fuck out of him. It was incredibly sad. I don't know, man. I mean, in my mind, it's when ICE is approaching the situations, even if who they're trying to detain would presumably be potentially dangerous, depending on who they're going for or who the target is. But I don't know. I feel like whenever it's a citizen there, especially from a political perspective, you wouldn't approach this from... it just seems such an insanely irresponsible and idiotic way to respond. Weren't ICE agents not allowed in hotels in Minnesota? I have no idea. The issue with ICE is mostly they're randomly going after people, but rather they just integrate with states and focus on criminals. I mean, wasn't that tentatively the plan, is to focus on illegal aliens that were criminals more so than... Not really sure. My question for you would be, if you would be the VA of any show, movie, who would it be and why? And could you read my story for one of your vids? Voice actor for any show. I don't know, it'd be just so much fun to be a voice actor for a continuing character. Whether it would be a DBZ type thing, Dragon Ball type thing, or whatever it would be. It would just be fun to kind of be part of that process and get to know the people in the show and everybody involved, and just kind of have that ongoing for a long period of your life. It'd just be so much fun. Seems like I'm going to focus on people who speak Spanish or are brown. Well, I mean, I guess that would be the majority of, because the bordering population would be from South America, right? So just statistically that would make sense, but I'm sure there's probably, I don't know, illegals from where? Canada? Canadian illegals? I don't know. Who do Diddy and Maduro both have in common? They both lost their oil. Good point. Didn't know I did live streams. Legit listener. Much love. Thank you, Mason. Good to see you, bro. Am I a Gemini? I am, yeah. What's up, tea time? Do you have an email or something you can send these stories? Yeah, let's read submissions@gmail.com. It's linked down below the most or every video too, if you want to find it. How about them Broncos? I don't know. I don't really watch the Broncos too much, but I know they're doing well. There's so many random teams that are just like kicking ass. You're sick again, tea time. I'm sorry to hear that. Carly, welcome back for, is that 4 years? Holy shit. Thank you. Hey, Daddy Joe. Hello. Thank you, Carly. It's a long time. The Canadians bring in illegal maple syrup. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people describe, like, in those South American countries, or, you know, Central America or whatever, like, it's, I don't know, such a degree of corruption that, like, America kind of just operates as, like, a, what, sort of pressure release valve for the majority of people to escape from those regimes, because otherwise you think there would be ongoing, like, bloody revolution in those places just to, like, remove the corruption. But I don't know how exactly the corruption gets into power and the complete running and integration of the cartels, because for the most part the cartels are just sort of the same as like ISIS or something, maybe just not as religiously oriented. Legal immigrants need to be addressed in every country. The anger is understandable, but it's frightening. Why so much hate? I don't know, man. I have no idea. I think a lot of the times we get our perspective of reality from the internet, and I don't know if it paints the appropriate picture sometimes on your local level. Just don't live in the Southwest if you can avoid it. Not gonna lie, first time I've heard Joel say my real name. Hey, no worries. We should all just go outside, maybe for a little bit at least. Come back from my streams, could you? And this is a pretty messed up story about something that happened to me in the late 2000s. This is the first time I put it all down on paper, even though I've shared this story privately a lot, so please bear with me. In the fall of 2008, I was in my senior year of high school in a small town near Atlanta. I just turned 18 and was a typical outgoing girl, I guess. Nothing really remarkable about me. I was just normal. I did gymnastics, I was dating a football player, not the team captain, but a solid player, and we weren't on track to be prom king and queen, but we were pretty popular and friendly kids. I wasn't going to be valedictorian, but I had a respectable GPA, and I wasn't a beauty queen. And I wasn't a beauty queen, but I was happy with how I looked. I always imagined that you had to be a really extra special to get a hyper-obsessed, dangerous stalker, and I couldn't have been more wrong. And I guess that's why I didn't take it too seriously when it started. Friday, September 26th, that date is ingrained in... Fuck, I don't know why, I'm just like... It does kind of suck, like, the bringing up of politics, and, I mean, obviously the world is a chaotic space, but it really does drain you, don't you think? Constantly hearing about the just negativity on, like, an endless wave. And it's almost like whenever you host these live streams, it's almost like an ongoing expectation that you have to give some thoughts about it or perspective, and that's why I try to, like, type it into ChatGPT and get, like, actual information to a degree. I mean, I don't know. Last question for me, what advice would you give someone who wants to do videos for YouTube or VA work if your voice sounds like a depressed person? I don't know why it does. I'm not depressed at all. Well, you know, voice acting in general, even for me, who's like, you know, has 1.3 million subscribers, right? Like, that's good. And honestly, I think existing within the space of independent content creation is probably the future for anybody who wants to, like, quote unquote make it, right? And you'll be amazed. I mean, you've heard so many weird voices, including my own on YouTube, who, like, are successful, right? You know, whether it's video essays or narrations or whatever. So I wouldn't hyperfixate too much on trying to, like, become some anime voice actor or anything like that, as much as just trying to make the things that you want to make as independent projects for YouTube, whether they're video essays, you know what I mean? What I mean by that is just, like, videos about things, right? Editing, whatever, or narrations, ASMR, whatever the fuck, like podcasts, like you will be surprised at how far your voice can go, even if it sounds outside of the, normal spectrum of people's speaking voices. Jacob, thank you for the 47 months, another almost 4 years. I wanted to say thank you for giving advice last stream. Tell me to focus on positive things and the negative. Last stream I was very stressed out. No worries, Jacob. I want to hear positive things, man. And it definitively affects me quite a bit, Listen to you constantly during my pregnancy. You helped me through a lot of tough times. Your podcast on YouTube has helped me through some dark times. I got you. No worries. Congratulations on the baby. I recently think about vaccines. I kind of used to most anti-vaxxers, but I don't know. I think there's some credence to... Sure. Do you think this sound the same in person as you do here? No, I mean, this is my talking voice from back here. This is probably the distance that you would hear me at. This is how I would sound. I'm just kind of like yapping about stuff. Sometimes I have a higher pitch, sometimes I have a deeper pitch, it's just... But then if I come closer to the microphone, you kind of put on more of a theatrical presentation. Can I read T's question? What did T say? I didn't see it. Do you pick the stories beforehand, or how does it go? No, yeah, these are pre-selected from the email and then edited to the best of the abilities or whatever. T is in Taryn. Where's Taryn? I don't even see her. Popping in quick. Joel, you ever post a quick casting call of sorts to give people a heads up to submit relevant stories for upcoming videos, like doing prom horror stories video? It's kind of up in the air, so it's really just like up to you guys to send them in, right? And then we kind of decide the topics from there. Or if there's a topic you guys request, then we can kind of like keyword search to try to find everything that's as loosely relevant, you know what I mean? How have I been? I've been okay. I've been going a little bit insane lately. Not in like a bad way, but just, like a desire to like change oneself in like a strange, transformative manner. And, yeah. How about the Somali fraud? It is weird. I think it wasn't upwards of like $9 billion or more. Like, that's a lot of money to just be like laundered. But at the end of the day, I think if you really dug into like all aspects of fraud that exist with the taxpayer dollars in America, and who knows, probably all over the world, it would probably, you like wouldn't be able to comprehend it. You know what I mean? It would like fill you with such a degree of depression that the money that you work hard for, that 30 to 50% goes to the mafia in a weird way. Like, it would make you insane. Because it really doesn't just stop there in Minnesota. I mean, it probably extends everywhere through like outrageous levels of programs. I mean, I guess you kind of saw it with like you said as well, right? I mean, like all the foreign investments as well was just like fucking baffling. Billions and billions. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. But what are you going to do? I mean, nothing's ever going to happen. Like, you'll be arrested for not paying your taxes or, whatever. But like all of everybody else, like there's never any consequences for anything. Had a really bad GERD attack on Monday night. Couldn't sleep, and when I did fall asleep, I woke up throwing up in my mouth and had the worst sleep attack today. Oh, geez. Do you think you could like sleep with like propped up in a recliner or something for a while? And maybe you could look into that, like apple cider vinegar and things like that to help acidify, like normalize the acid pH balance in your tummy. Divine Jupiter, welcome back for 5 months. Hey Joel, happy late New Year. What did you all do for it in Christmas? Also, what's going on with the Venezuela thing? I don't know, man. I mean, what was it? Pretty quick operation. But I don't know what happens now. You know what I mean? Because as far as I was, you know what? You would just have to kind of know the context, right? Leading up to the progressions of what Venezuela was, how it, honest question, do you guys think things are going to get better for Venezuelans within Venezuela? Do you think, it just seems very strange. I missed a milestone. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Ree, what's up, Ree? How you been? 41 months, welcome back. Everybody's got some long ones today. How are we doing? What is new? And yeah, Divine, thank you again. Yeah, Christmas was good. New Year's, we just chilled on here streaming. Fucking, I don't even know. It's all about oil. I agree, right? I mean, like, controlling the Western Hemisphere, the petrodollar, installing a Rothschild centralized banking system, like getting a puppet dictator, and hopefully not a dictator, right? I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll give them a nice person who doesn't shoot their citizens in the face. I generally have no idea. You think most Venezuelans are happy right now, but not sure about the future? I have no idea. I guess we'll see it play out. I mean, once again, I think we have to come to the realization that, like, we can bitch all we want and scream into the void of Twitter every day, all day, but, like, they went into another country, monitored that guy's movements nonstop for who knows how long, and knew exactly where he was and took him in the course of, like, just a few hours. Like, that's fucking insane. So, like, to sit here and think that your yelling is going to do anything to, like, change, military operations or government action or fraud and corruption, it's just kind of like you could probably get involved in local politics. That's honestly, if you're that passionate about politics, I would say get involved locally. Vote in the school boards, become a teacher. I don't know, dude. Guns, oil, and drugs. Apple cider vinegar or any vinegar is the worst thing you can have for GERD, but actual apples do help. Let's read it. Smart idea. Never thought about the recliner thing. My dad has the one. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about if it's like shooting back up. I mean, just general gravity would keep it from, like, pouring up into your throat and then into your mouth or whatever. Joe, I want you to have kids and join the PTA. I don't know, man. Kids would be fun, though. I feel like I would, I don't know. I am genuinely curious how it would change if I suddenly had kids. Like, how much maybe I would not give a fuck even more. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts on the theory that the Maduro sold his country to Israel and not the U.S. is keeping him safe? I thought about that. I was like, what if Maduro was just like it was all just sort of a puppet process, and that Maduro is actually just being, like, processed and transferred and sort of, like, taken somewhere else where he gets to exist freely. I mean, people have had a lot of theories related to that pertaining to what's his name of Ukraine, Zelensky. Like, once the war is over in, like, Ukraine or whatever, they're just going to move Zelensky somewhere else and he'll disappear. And in the same way, some people think what's his name's not dead either, Epstein. Like, some people think Epstein they say Epstein didn't kill himself, right? But then I think, what if it extends even further where he's, like, not even dead or something, These are all theories, right? Game theories. Everybody's in Argentina. Yeah, is Argentina just the safe zone for the powers that be? Do they just, like, if we have, like, another big war, is everybody going to go to Argentina? You don't know if Charlie Kirk is... I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody knows anything anymore. And, I mean, you're always going to hear some degree of, like, stuff. But I think the weirdest thing to me is, like, whenever you kind of, like, float around conspiracies or alternative ideas to reality and stuff, they more or less are the same thing as just, like, farting, right? It's just sound coming out of the mouth. But the weirdest thing is whenever people say, like, that's dangerous. You saying words is dangerous. The microphone gun theory. I thought that too. I mean, yeah, you have some sort of, like, trigger, mechanism with some propulsion, gunpowder mixed into a lavalier mic. And I mean, the whole thing with Erica Kirk is weird, right? I mean, she seemingly appears to be like a plant in his life that's, like, taken over the company that's worth $100 million. He started speaking out against Israel prior to his death, all those kind of considerations. It's like, I don't know, there's, like, this reality, this Overton window of conversation that they want everybody to sort of exist in and argue about nonstop. So I don't think it's abnormal to kind of like have conversations that are alternative to those limited lines of thinking. Because what's his name? The Tim Robertson or whatever the fuck his name is, like, a lot of that just doesn't really add up. And I've seen like camera angles or people have discussed where he's seemingly exists in two separate places. But then also the weirdest thing was right after he got shot, they completely, it was Tim Burton who shot him. Right after he got shot, they completely paved over top of the place in which he was presenting. Like, if that's a crime scene, an active crime scene, you don't just pave over something like that and like move on, right? And then if I'm Erica Kirk and my husband was just like murdered, I'd want to like know all potential pieces of information. I wouldn't like tell people to shut up or stop, I don't know. She certainly doesn't appear to be having any degree of mourning whatsoever. All my issues flare up usually big time when I'm doubting myself that I even had an issue, like on Monday and yesterday my hip kept locking up, popping up probably. So dang, you're struggling with a lot there. I apologize. Are you going to post a stream on my Instagram? Yeah, it's on my story right now, like letting people know to come check it out. If you guys want to follow the Instagram, I really only post to my story, letsread.official. Charlie Kirk's wife's ex-boyfriend runs the whole Turning Point thing now. Really? So she got back with her ex. And who's he? What's his, like, weird connections? Guys, we have become the FBI. We'll figure it out. Don't you worry. The autists have united. What's up, Sam? Joys of hypermobility. Oh, okay. Is that like an autoimmune thing? Or is that just normal? Because I remember some people say they have like an autoimmune issue with like their joints and that kind of thing. Is it safe to say that Chipotle is bae? It honestly is. It just pisses me off like how many times you go there and like it's always young people working at Chipotle and they're just like lazy and they get shit wrong all the time. And I'm like, bro, it's literally listed there. You got your fucking scoop. It's a goddamn assembly line. Please stop giving us a reason to replace you with robots. Like, please. She's so angry she's allowing Turning Point USA to use the tent to take photos and selfies where Charlie Kirk died. What the fuck? As what? It's crazy. Would you ever do storytelling collabs with YouTubers like B-Busta, Southern Campbell? I have, actually. I've done quite a few collaborations with those good gentlemen. Isn't Chipotle easy to work at like Subway? I think Chipotle seems a little bit harder because there's a high expectation to just like constantly be moving, especially when the line is like endless. Just constantly working on that grill and rotating through, taking orders, taking online orders, and just, with Subway, you're just making 6-inch footlongs for Jared. Other autoimmune diseases, but I'm just diagnosed with hypermobility for now. Okay, interesting. We might want to check out into that. I wonder if there's a autoimmune reason in which you're dealing with the GERD so excessively. Is Jared still in prison? I think him and Epstein are chilling somewhere in Agartha. Who knows? Any tips for getting a rambunctious kiddo with a sprained hip to actually sit still? Dang. I have no idea. Probably just put on some brain rot. No, I'm just kidding. How many stories tonight? I'm not sure, actually. Wart. Alright, sorry guys. I'm in a better mood now. Friday, September 26th. That date is ingrained into my mind because I've had to repeat it so many times in retellings and reports, and that's the day it started. The day Logan Nelson added me to MySpace. I didn't recognize him, but I accepted his friend request right away. And I wasn't very picky back then, and online security was far from a concern for my stupid self. Oh hey, someone who wants to be your friend? So you click accept and get the thrill of number go up. Now I knew from the outset that this Logan Nelson's profile wasn't him. It was MySpace Tom crudely photoshopped with some Joker makeup. And I guess MySpace Tom as the Joker amused me, so I accepted Logan's friend request and thought nothing of it. Now later, I got an alert about a post on my MySpace wall. It was from Logan, and he said something like, "Hey, seen you around school. You seem cool." And I replied asking if we had any classes together. And he replied simply with a yes, which was unhelpful, so I stopped replying and went ahead with enjoying my weekend. Saturday was the last barbecue of the year with my family and my boyfriend Kyle's fam. My family. The last barbecue. The last barbecue on Earth. Spacebook. I caused a big problem in my toxic relationship by changing my top 8. Dude, there's nothing that pisses me off more than, like, abstract jealousy for literally no reason. It's just like, what the like, the amount of, like, comfort that some people feel being, like, toxically jealous and wildly insecure without, like, any degree of, like, self-reflection on themselves on why they are that way is, like, kind of scary to me, honestly. Because, like, I don't know, like, when I grew up, there was just, like, especially growing up, like, within a sort of philosophical religious environment, there was a strong degree of, like, constantly reflecting upon oneself's actions, you know what I mean? Like a iron sharpeth iron type vibe, trying to be sort of stoic in many different ways and pondering one's weak points. But, like, it's strange in, like, modern relationships how quickly people are to just, like, revert to borderline childlike mentality and then kind of, like, pretend it's normal. I just don't really understand that. Jacob, thanks for the 10, man. I wanted to say this to the live chat. You all can cheer me, boo me, or hate me. No matter how you people react to me, I always come back to the Let's Read live stream because I love you all. Good. Honestly, Jacob, you weren't here a couple times, and they kept saying, like, they were asking me for your address so they could come eat your skin off of you. Did you know that? Just kidding. Just kidding. We all love you, Jacob. Thank you, brother. Crispy skin? Crispy, delicious Kentucky Fried skin? Friday, September 26th. Oh, wait, I've already read that. Or what? How did I scroll up like that? Later, I got another one. Oh. It was MySpace Tom crudely photoshopped with Joker makeup. And I guess MySpace Tom as the Joker amused me, so I accepted Logan's friend request and thought nothing of it. Later, I got an alert about a post on my MySpace wall. It was from Logan. And he said something like, "Hey, seen you around school. You seem cool." And I just replied asking if we had any classes together. Now, he replied with a simple yes, which was unhelpful, so I stopped replying and went ahead with enjoying my weekend. Saturday was the last barbecue of the year with the family and my boyfriend Kyle's fam, and the weather would be turning soon, so it'd be a time to put the grill into storage for the winter. My Uncle Chris, Dad's brother, famously grilled a mean steak, and our barbecues would inevitably turn into large neighborhood events, with dozens of people coming and going throughout the afternoon and evening. Now, towards the end of the night, when the various kids... A succulent KFC meal. Jewel. The crown jewel. Have you thought about narrating audiobook? I've thought about it, and I have come to the conclusion that the only thing everybody wants me to... The only people that have ever asked me to narrate things is always, like, abstract, like, erotic, gay werewolf fiction. And I'll be honest with you guys, let me just lay it out here right now. I don't want to read that at all. I don't want to jerk off to it. And if I do, it's in my own time, okay? I don't want to make that my professional repertoire. How much money do they have to feed an entire neighborhood? I don't know, man. Maybe they just make it happen. Boo. Read it. Read the shit about the werewolf and his big old wiener. You can't typecast yourself like that. Dude, I don't know. I think that's just... people hear me and they're just like, this guy needs to be the voice of some big throbbing vampire. Some type of cryptid. But a cryptid that I have sex with. Yes. Yes. It just makes sense. You guys want to hear a funny email I got? I'm not even joshing with you. It's a little bit risque. So close your ears. It's just but this one genuinely weirded me out, but I feel like now I've arrived at the fact that it's like funny. But okay. It literally is just titled Joel's Stalker Update. And it's got like a fuck ton of emojis after like everything, but here we go. I finally found Joel. When I heard my favorite storyteller was right here in my own home state of upstate New York, my cock perked up like you'd expect it would. Heck, he could be like just around the corner and I'd never know it. I know he's never done a face reveal because I asked him one time. I couldn't find one on Google like Corpse Husband, so I asked and he just said no, but that just made me more excited knowing he could be anywhere. I tried to get more info on stream. Sometimes he answers, sometimes not. And every time he did, I made sure to remember it, and I didn't want to freak him out or scare him off, but it's clear he didn't want to meet me. That hurt me at first, but I'm a big boy. I know how to take rejection. At least I thought I did. As time went by, I found myself just getting hornier and hornier towards you, Joel. Joel, you give so much to your audience. Why not just a little more? You found your purpose and it's your channel. I think I found mine too, so I finally found his address here in upstate New York. So I hid in the bushes and finally saw Joel. But he was so heckin' studdish that I accidentally sploinked me trousies. I guess he must have heard it too and called the cops, but after some sword fighting, the responding officer accepted defeat and left. I'm hard to beat. Not only because of my size, but because of all my experience, dueling with the other males for a mate during breeding season. But Joel was nowhere to be seen. He absconded with that rear end, so I'm looking around for him, but I'm encumbered by the sploink all over my doink. I will find you, Joel. You think I can't get info by trading certain favors for information? That's not an empty threat either. I can promise you I'm gonna make you goon. Let's read. More like let's riz after meeting me. See you soon. So that was a nice email I got, guys. Thanks for sending that in. Makes me feel really safe. Thankfully, I'm not from upstate New York, so that makes me feel a little safer. I don't like your email. Yeah, thanks, thanks for sending that email, Grandma. Love you too. What's up, Jen Sion? Was there docking involved? Towards the end of the night, when the various kids in attendance had settled down and things were a bit quieter, Kyle came up to me and asked who Logan was. I didn't immediately remember the guy who added me to MySpace, so I asked for some context. And Kyle let me in inside and showed me a note stuck to the refrigerator with a magnet, and it said, "Hey Sandy, you look great today. Good enough to eat. Logan." Creepy. So I remembered Logan Nelson from MySpace and told Kyle about him, and we tried to work out who Logan Nelson was and if we'd seen him at the barbecue. Now Kyle eventually figured out that Logan could be this quiet, unassuming kid who had a few classes with us. He dropped by the barbecue at some time in the evening, Kyle said. Now this kid, if I was thinking of the right guy, was a band geep. Geep. He was a geep. He was a geeper. Justin. The Geep Squad. I did fall asleep in his car quite a few times while driving somewhere, so it's fair that he nanned me from having chamomile tea at What? This kid, if I was thinking of the right guy, was a band geek type. Certainly didn't strike me as the type of guy to leave a smutty message on my family refrigerator. And that night I posted on his MySpace wall asking if he'd left the message. And his reply was, "Lol, yeah, you like it?" I didn't say yes or no, but asked if he was Logan from Chem in Spanish. "Lol, yeah," came the response. Mystery solved. Strange, creepy, and annoying, but solved. Kyle and I confronted Logan the next time we had class together. Logan was absolutely baffled and said that he'd never put anything on the refrigerator. The Hitsubasa, welcome, or thank you for the 2, says Joel needs to pay for my therapy after that, yeah. Bro. It'd be kind of cool if I could figure out some series of words that could, like, MK Ultra activate all of you to be soldiers for the great cause. Do you think you're already, like, potentially brainwashed and that could happen at any moment? All of my little remembers that I say at the end, one of them could just be it. One of them could just be it. Such as, and not limited to, ew. You know a word that would do it. Oh my god. Ew. Logan was absolutely baffled and said he'd never put anything on the refrigerator. Kyle kinda got up in his face and said I swear Logan was about to... Kyle kinda got up in his face and I swear Logan was about to piss himself. He had been at the barbecue but swore he hadn't stuck a note on the refrigerator, wasn't interested in me like that, quote-unquote, and anyway, his name was Logan Baumgartner, not Logan Nelson. Kyle wasn't so sure, so I managed to talk him down, which is lucky because I think he was about ready to pound Logan Baumgartner into the dirt. And that evening when I came home from school, Dad and Uncle Chris were watching the game. I asked Dad if he'd seen anyone come into the house during the barbecue, and the house was typically out of bounds during our BBQs except for people using the bathroom, so people went in and out but wouldn't linger. Dad couldn't recall seeing anyone in particular, but Chris said Kyle and a couple of his buddies had been hanging around the kitchen. Obviously, Kyle hadn't seen anyone suspicious, but I called him later that night and asked if he could check out with his... What's getting pounded? Logan. Logan Paul. Guys, do you think, honest question, Jake Paul's most recent fight, right? Do you think that that guy that beat him, or whatever, that heavyweight boxing champ, that broke Logan's jaw with that punch, do you think he broke the script? And that, because I don't know if you guys heard, it was like 3 days after the fight or something, they were partying down in like South Africa. They were partying in like Africa somewhere. Maybe it was Nigeria. I forget where. The Congo, perhaps. Any really country at all. And their car like careened, Nigeria. The car careened off the side of the road. And literally like 2 of his fucking friends, like his, trainer and something else, like died. Like 2 of his coaches and friends. And then that boxer survived. Is that not kind of strange? I mean, maybe it's 2 completely unrelated incidences, but to like defeat Logan Paul, even though he like loves to make himself sort of, or Jake or whatever the fuck, make himself out to be this like undefeatable character, even though if you watch like most of his boxing matches, they're like, you know, borderline embarrassing and obvious. But like, it's crazy. Like, two of his friends, he got into a seriously fatal car accident and two of his friends are dead now. Like, that's strange. Logan Paul effed up the trading card space already. Really? What did he do? I know he collects them and stuff, but wasn't scalpers already like kind of an issue in general? Once that scandal with what he has done is over, that bubble is gonna blow. Once that scandal with what he has done is over, the bubble is gonna blow. Oh, as far as... what bubble is that? As far as like fake sports betting or misleading like sports betting people or something? That dude yelled Dragonite in the middle of like Central Park during Pokemon Go's height. There was no Dragonite there. Was that what Logan did? I seen the pics of them. It was nuts after the wreck. Oh man, that's scary. It would have reminded me of Ultimate Warrior. He passed less than a week after he was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Do you think so? Do you think it was like they sold their soul or something? I seen a YouTube thing. When he sticks out his tongue out, his opponent is supposed to back off. Oh, and that's what he did after he got like jacked up there. I mean, he looked gassed. He looked absolutely out of shape. I mean, I wouldn't be able to keep up, obviously, at all. I'm fucking suck, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know. And it's weird. It didn't even really seem like they were fighting that hard. He just, like, looks like he genuinely could not make it through the various rounds. How true is it? I don't know, but his tongue was hanging out when he got leveled. Yeah, was that after he got hit, or... I'm reading for a 2020 interview with Anthony Joshua. He's going to spill all the tea. I hope so, man. I mean, especially if both of you, like at that point, if you survived a fatal car crash and two of your closest like cohorts are now dead in a sort of borderline conspiratorial curiosity, I wouldn't have anything left to lose, right? I mean, obviously your family and your life and all that kind of stuff, and potentially get like sued into oblivion. But I would tell the truth if the truth was to be told. Have I ever gone to therapy? No, I haven't never gone to therapy, but yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of friends I talk to about stuff all the time, and growing up, you know, I always kind of felt like going to church and stuff was similar to like therapy because you could like talk to people about things. Oh, physical therapy. I haven't done physical therapy, yeah. Therapist equals the rapist. I've gone to the rapist before. He's not as nice. Yeah, I haven't gone to therapy. I've gone to a Diddy party though. Same thing. More like brainwashing, indoctrination. The church part or the therapy part? Because I feel like they both kind of take on a little bit of that groupthink mentality sometimes with all their buzzwords. Joel, talking to a therapist protects your friends. I don't know. I mean, I've had a pretty normal life, to be honest with you. Like, I haven't had a lot of, like, traumas, you know, like some people had. And I tend to be like the therapist for other friends, talking them through their issues, you know what I mean? So... If I generally was not operating well within conventional society and someone thought that my mental health could benefit from a therapist, I might give it a try. But seeing as like I've not required it to this point at 35, you know, I feel like pretty good. Your brother stuff, that never gets tough. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the brother stuff, like you just talk to like other people about it. You don't need to like pay someone to talk to them about it. Like what the fuck's a therapist gonna tell me that like my family or my friends or I don't know, countless others aren't going to be able to like arrive at the same position, or like some sort of internal spiritual meditation isn't going to arrive at. And I'm not trying to argue, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying like so many people put such a degree of like weight and expectation on a therapist, and I'm just like they tell me what they do there, and they're like most of the time they just listen, and I'm like, yeah, that's what friends do too. I don't know, maybe I'm ignorant, maybe I'm not thinking it through. Yeah, friends or family that act as therapists. I mean, I feel like they've done pretty good. They're nice people. I heard that BetterHelp therapists use AI when chatting with clients. Oh, that'd be sad. People compliment me on my listening skills. That's good. I mean, to really sit and listen is a positive thing. I genuinely can't. It's not that I can't stand them. It's just like it's so frustrating dealing with people who just like they want to like interrupt you to like give their 2 cents or like sometimes try to like prove themselves to you or something, like try to one up you. It's like the weirdest fucking shit because it just feels so wildly. Yeah, just call Miss Theo or Miss Cleo. Call me now and I'll tell you about the future. I went to therapy before. It was a waste of money. The only things they ever told me were things I told myself over and over again. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you can learn a lot about like internal retrospection through like ancient writings, whether they're biblical, spiritual books, whether they're self-help books, whether they're psychology books. Like if you're to a degree of interested in those topics, you listen to those kind of, lectures or podcasts just for fun as you're driving or whatever. I think that's a lot of like self-reflective, language that is useful to unlock those degrees of internal perspective. And sometimes that's kind of what you need to do anyways, is work through shit yourself, right? Hey Joel, thank God you're live. I pulled over the rest, but you're on. I'm going to start driving back to Hazleton to deliver this liquid soap to Dial. Nice, dude. That's cool. Yeah, stay safe. Hopefully it's not too... I guess it's kind of... In Pennsylvania, at least, it's like 44 degrees, so it's like more rainy than it is icy, so hopefully it doesn't drop too low for you. But yeah, stay vigilant. Oh, the interruptions in conversation are so annoying. Everybody does it, myself included. Usually it's me being like, I'm not fucking done with my story. I know, everybody, you can like hear someone be like, yeah. Well, actually, yeah. Whenever you're done talking, I'm going to talk, okay? Okay. And it's like, just let me fucking finish. Just let me fucking finish. Some of the best advice has come from my brother, mom, and stepdad, not therapists. Therapists help me understand why I'm the way I am, but that doesn't always equal a solution. Yeah, for sure. But I have many times thought like maybe I'll just give it a try, so at least I know, at least on the more in-person vibe, like the actual going into an office, holding their hand and doing hums and hymns. You aren't thinking this through, Joel. Even if you haven't had trauma, you have to choose a therapist and not take whatever you're given. Do the research, search for what you want. Wait, what do you mean? You aren't thinking this through. Okay, let's think it through. Even if you haven't had trauma, okay, you have to choose a therapist. You have to choose one, like a Pokemon, okay, and not take whatever you're given. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. Do the research, search for what you want. What do you mean, though? I don't know what you're saying, and I apologize. It seems like a bit of a disconjointed hypothesis. Would you run for president since you're 35? No, dude, I'm not in the CIA. I'm fucking retarded. If I literally haven't been like chosen as part of like a grandiose bloodline from like the beginning, you're not allowed in, bro. This concept that anyone can just like get in and take over the continuity of one of the most powerful militaries the world has ever known is just like so idiotic. I either just blew a power steering pump or a line tonight. I left Rainbow Road down the driveway. That's crazy. Wait, CD, you just started with trucking, right? Or is that kind of new? It's not easy to find the rapist. You may not try many before you find the right fit, but if you do, it's absolutely worth it. I bet, honestly. Like any relationship you have, to be intentional in choosing a therapist. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. So like finding that right person. Which, is that not kind of a parallel to finding the right friend who you enjoy talking to about your feelings and thoughts and stuff? An appropriate family member who does a good job at it, or appropriate member of a community or whatever. This is a dangerous conversation. My best friend just took his life. 12/21 therapy saves lives. It's a positive thing. Let's keep it positive. Thank you. A dangerous conversation. Well, yeah, I mean, first off, I'm so sorry to hear about your friend. I agree. I think they would have greatly benefited from having some professional assistance, and from really anyone, right? From people who, well, you know what, me commenting on your situation is probably not beneficial, but pertaining to this discussion of whether or not I should go to therapy, I don't know if it's the same comparison, or nor do I think it's a dangerous thing to discuss. Sometimes people are determined to leave this earth. I mean, yeah. People's choices, it's the saddest thing, really. I mean, the cascade effect that comes from that, it's just such a degree of negativity. I fix one expensive, debilitating problem to get a couple weeks until something else goes bad. Yeah, with the trucks, man. Holy shit. I feel so bad that truckers have to, like, take care of all that shit themselves, you know? But a therapist can be a good substitute if someone doesn't have a friend or community, which is not that uncommon for people who are lonely or hurting enough to seek therapy in the first place. That's a great point, honestly. That is a fantastic point. First off, me saying that I don't go to therapy for the reasons I don't go to therapy does not mean that you guys shouldn't do what you want, right? I'm not advocating for anyone to avoid it. I'm not advocating for anyone to replace what they have, right? I'm just simply saying, to this point in my life, I've been blessed enough to have relationships in my immediate existence and communities within my existence that I feel supported by, and a degree of self-reflection to, like, work past my dark shadow self, whatever it might be. So don't let what I say about my experiences make, project upon what your life should be or what somebody else's life should be. I'm not trying to impart any of that. Thank you. It was my best for 20 years. It's the hardest 2 weeks of my life. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, Ginger. I think someone taking their life has got to be the greatest ripple effect on, like, all of the surrounding relationships imaginable. Because even just, like, hearing about it, it just fills people with a very deep sense of dread. So I'm very sorry about that. Therapy can help to an extent. You have to work hard as well. Exactly. I'm sure it's, like, not placing the expectation upon someone else to, like, cure you, whenever really it seems, really anything in life as far as your mental health is going to completely fall upon you. So many people who go through, terrifying experiences. Like, imagine growing up in, like, the Soviet Union during a civil war or whatever, and, like, starving or being, seeing family members killed or whatever. And then to come, you hear those stories, they come to the United States or they go to another country and they escape those darknesses, but they're able to work through them. And so once again, it all kind of falls upon your own soul to make the decision to get well. The reason I ask you is maybe I'm considering this because I guess I'm struggling, that's it, but the combo divulged into a drought. Hey, no worries. But yeah, if you feel, and I believe, that if you don't have those support systems, whether they're family, friends, or some sort of spiritual community or whatever it might be, if you can afford it and get into some therapeutic conversations, I think that's definitive benefit for sure. Thanks, Mon Bleu. Mon Bleu. You take a pre-workout and go lift heavy, best therapy. You do feel pretty freaking good after a workout. It is kind of insane, challenging one's body. Oh, you're not a trucker, CD? Oh, are you just a delivery driver? I forget what I apologize. I thought you were talking about trucks for a second. If anyone is struggling or sad or anxious and helps or wants to change therapy, yeah. We are Charlie Brown. We kick the football. Obviously, Kyle hadn't seen anyone suspicious, but I called him later that night and asked if he could check with his buddies, or see if any of them recalled the note on the refrigerator to try and pinpoint exactly when it had been posted. I was beginning to feel like a crack detective, and then everything simply cracked. The next evening, Logan Nelson posted on my MySpace wall saying something about how he wanted to see my insides. Now anyways, this was pretty clear in a concise thread, so I told my dad and Uncle Chris. Now they were both absolutely fuming. Uncle Chris, who at the time was working night security, offered to swing by the house regularly on his off nights and keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. No less than 2 days later, with me and my family were me and my family. Joey, do you like McDonald's? No. I feel like you ask about McDonald's a lot. Do you like McDonald's? Do they have McDonald's in Spain? Are they, is that pretty pop? Honestly, what are the ingredient standards actually for McDonald's in like Europe and stuff? I probably would go to McDonald's. I don't know. Whenever I think about getting fast food or some shit like that and you get that craving, I feel like McDonald's is the last place I would want to go. I'd rather go to like a fucking Jersey Mike's and get a giant sub and shovel that 12-incher right down my gullet. McD's is everywhere around the globe. It's usually better than the US. I'd be curious, honestly. I'd love to eat one somewhere else and just like taste the difference. Glizzy. Do you have to drive very far to get into town? A little bit, I guess. I'm sort of on the outskirts. Not terrible. Oh, have you seen Stranger Things Season 5? I have not. No, I haven't watched it since the end of Season 1. I remember watching like Season 2 for like 2 episodes. I don't know what the fuck happened. I do that a lot with shows like Game of Thrones. Watched Season 1, loved it. Stranger Things, watched Season 1, loved it. And then for both shows, I get to like Season 2 and I just like stop caring. But that was like kind of like during a time of years ago where time just gets away from you. Oh, you finished it, Justin? It was amazing? Well, that's good. Justin, when are you going to tell us what fucking, like, sick-ass movies you're going to be in? Or is it literally just gay porn? Am I going to watch American Horror Story? Is that still on? The last American Horror Story I watched was Coven. Whenever, like, they had, like, the witches and stuff. You got teary-eyed. I'm just kidding. No, but I don't know if you remember, like, the last episode of Coven. There was, it was pretty sick, honestly. Like, I was working night shift, and some friends who also worked night shift let me stay over, and it was the weirdest thing, because normally I'm, like, in bed, right? But we just, like, stayed up, right, all day, into the day, and I was, like, it was just a weird feeling. Like, you work night shift, you get off at 6 a.m., you go over to some friends' houses, and you're literally getting high as shit off marijuana to watch Coven, and it's like by the time you're done it's like 3 p.m. and you're like, your body's just confused. But anyways, it was sweet because it was like a depiction of like hell. The last episode, it was like everybody on the last episode of Coven, they were like going through their own hell. And then I think if they, I don't know, like fell asleep or some shit, they were just like stuck in that hell forever, and they would have no idea why or how they got there, and it would just repeat that experience over and over and over again. Freaking Coven, man. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if you guys ever watched that one movie. What the hell was it? It was like it wasn't a mockumentary, but it was a documentary about this guy. He was trying to make a horror movie, and the horror movie was called Coven. It was called Coven, but he kept calling it Coven. And that just always stuck with me because it was really funny. Alright, what was that movie? Which one? Kevin? Oh yeah, wait, what was it called? Oh, American Movie, yeah. Have you guys seen the documentary? It's called American Movie. Honestly, if you guys have not seen American Movie, who's in it? Mark Borchardt. It's so fucking stupid. Like, if you like to get high as shit on marijuana and watch something dumb as shit, it's a documentary about a guy trying to make a horror movie called Coven, but he calls it Coven the whole time. The filmmaker is Mark Borchardt, and he's a very Midwestern, Milwaukee, Wisconsin accent and all. The doc follows him and is struggling to finish Coven, man, while working dead-end jobs, borrowing money, dealing with unreliable friends, filming scenes in basements and backyards. The vibe, it's equal parts tragic, funny, and oddly inspirational. It became a cult classic because it's about obsession with art, about failing forward, accidentally hilarious without mocking him. Extra detail you might remember his best friend Mike, who is drinking constantly, argues over money and time, black and white horror footage that looks way more serious than the circumstances behind it, man. Freaking Coven. Anyways, it's very funny. When was it released? Let's see. What year released? Computer, what year was this shit released? It's called American Movie, and it was released in 1999. It premiered at Sundance. It's pretty funny. Just picked a disaster artist not long ago. You know, that was based on the movie The Room. Yes, that's hilarious. Great stuff. Oh, hi, Mark. No less than 2 days later, while me and my family were blissfully asleep, Chris reported catching an intruder peeping into my bedroom window. He'd leaped out of the car and gave chase, but this black-clad figure had apparently given him the slip while leaping through neighbors' gardens and over back fences into their yards. Chris had returned to his car and sat outside our house for the rest of the night, until we were up and awake and he could let us know what had just happened. I didn't really understand why at the time, but we decided not to call the cops the first time, and I was told that Chris and Dad decided that it would be better if we just handled it ourselves. This didn't make me feel very safe though, but I guess they knew best. They knew best. Fuck, dude. Do an Aussie accent. Yeah, I'm from fucking Australia. It didn't make me feel very safe, but they knew best. And by this point, I blocked Logan Nelson on my MySpace, and I kept receiving dozens, probably spam requests. I'd also received a random friend requests and abusive messages over every messenger program I used, and it was really starting to terrify me. Oh god, it starts to go into like it kind of blends. It's an odd blend. I gotta hear it. Sometimes I can like hear the accent and it just like familiarizes yourself. What do you think is the more attractive Spanish woman? Esther Exposito, Aitana Alcana, Penelope Cruz, Nicole Wallace, or Rosalia? There's no stopping Spanish women, man. They're all good. Hey Joe, are you a hot fit girl or do you do cardio? I am a cardioless savant. That was not Australian. I know, it was terrible. Yeah, I'm familiar. Or Roseanne. Salma Hayek, yeah, goddamn. This didn't make me feel very safe, but they knew best. And by this point, I blocked Logan Nelson on MySpace, but I kept receiving dozens of spam requests. I'd also received random friend requests and abusive messages on every messenger program I used, and it was really starting to terrify me. This guy watching me from somewhere. What about the nights when Uncle Chris couldn't keep an eye on the house? This guy could be outside looking in, and maybe one day he'd break in and take things further. I expressed my fear to Dad and Uncle Chris and suggested again that we just call the cops. Dad was taking my side, but Uncle Chris said that he had 2 weeks vacation from work and would be able to monitor the house a lot better. Now he suggested that we could handle the guy our way, and this seemed to win Dad over. They'd always been those kind of brothers, and the spam and abuse online kept coming. Different accounts every day, different threats. God. It's so annoying when I find a rhythm and it's just my mouth just makes up a word. It's pretty much like having Tourette's. Hey, Skibbity, Happy New Year, Daphne. Tourette's. When you have Tourette's, you have Tourette's, you can't stop shitting yourself randomly. The spam and abuse online kept coming. Different accounts every day. Different threats to my email before I blocked each and every one. Threats of violence and worse. And it was driving me nuts and making me feel so unsafe. I begged Dad again to call the cops and he finally agreed. Unfortunately, my paranoid ass had been deleting most of the emails and messages from the... Unfortunately, my paranoid ass had been deleting most of the emails and messages from the stalker, but I kept a note from the refrigerator and a couple of the latest emails. Dad... God damn it. It's so weird. Oh, shit. You can't play the Aussie accent, you get stuck and cannot physically stop doing it. You're a method actor, Justin. You're like that guy who method acted Elvis and just never stopped being Elvis. What's up, Anne-Marie? How you doing? Mentally ill. Justin, are you ever actually gonna... Can we look you up on IMDb? Or do you just lie? You lied to us. You're actually Harvey Weinstein in disguise. Okay, I accidentally went to IMBD, not the right website. I don't use this name. Oh, come on, bro. But we got your picture, so let me run that through reverse image search. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But you should be able to share with us. Well, I guess it would make sense that you wouldn't share it too. Whatever, it's no big deal. He's play acting. You just want to be a buttersock here. That's bullshit. No, I'm just kidding. I dated 2 Aussie girls back years ago, and to this day I can't stop with the accent with certain words. Yeah, have to be so annoying to hear that shit all the fucking time. Everything's a goddamn He's Jared Leto. Holy shit. What's Jared Leto's cult? His like weird sex cult that he's in? It's called the Triathlon. Am I Canadian? I am not. Did you look into getting the Wonder Oven? I thought about it, but I also was like, well, I got a normal oven, and I got an air fryer, and I have a grill. That's like, do we need all of them? But I also think, like, my normal oven doesn't do the broil setting, like, great. So I was thinking, like, the Wonder Oven would be nice to, like, broil steaks again, you know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, really, getting a delicious steak broil is pretty yummy. And sometimes it's nice to not have something air fried. My best friend bowed out in April of 24, and being that one person who generally listened was the most important role we played in each other's lives, I felt it coming and still couldn't stop. I'm sorry. Do I wear an apron? Yeah, just the apron. A leather apron, leather gloves, bare ass sticking out the other side with a fucking fox's tail. What's my stage name? My stage name is Justin Ballas. We are all one. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We preach the gospel. We remember the name. Dad and I took them to the... God damn it. Dad and I took them to the station that afternoon. The female cop I saw was really helpful and sympathetic. Unfortunately, she explained that there wasn't much they could do with what we had, but told us to keep collecting information and evidence. They did take the note away for processing, but we'd all handled it so there really wasn't much of a chance of finding fingerprints or anything. And that night, I awoke to a loud commotion in the backyard. The clock read after 2 in the morning, and I grabbed a robe and covered myself and then looked out. Uncle Chris was standing in the back garden. You love teddies? Am I typing and talking simultaneously? I don't think so. Did I sound like I was typing? That night, I awoke to a loud commotion in the backyard. The clock read after 2 in the morning, and I grabbed a robe and covered myself and then looked out. Uncle Chris was standing in the back, yelling and waving some kind of bat. Dad and I rushed outside. Chris was out there with a neighbor hollering about an intruder. When he calmed down, he told us that he'd caught a figure in a hoodie. God damn it. Joel, I think you should do some history narration, some scientific stuff or something like that, like Joel Scott. I mean, I did do Twist of History for a while there. I wonder if it still exists, or if they actually took it all down. So there's 20 episodes of that if you want to listen to it. It's pretty freaking sweet. Uncle Sam is going to Greenland. I didn't quite understand that. Like, the Venezuela narrative, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the typical, we got a dictator, we got to get in there, you know. Obviously want the oil and the resources, makes sense. But, like, I don't understand the Greenland thing, because that to me seems like that's like going to piss a lot of people off that otherwise wouldn't make much sense. Greenland want us there? You know, I'm not familiar, really. Do you put rain sounds in your videos when you read the stories? Some of the episodes, yeah. Some on the podcast as well, like, they'll be edited with rain sounds. Joel, do you think in a different timeline we could be occasional acquaintances who get Chipotle burritos on Tuesday nights regularly scheduled like old people during recreation time? I think so, if we went and played, like, sweaty racquetball beforehand or something like that. And then went to our line reads. But since it is gay porn, it's just going to be going. Isn't it weird that every gay porn just has that? Like, when you have to... Imagine being one of the people that, like, dub... Remember how, like, all 70s porn is, like, just, like, dubbed over by weird German grunting? Ugala schläfla, uflam schläfen, und auf wieder von Seed in Hatja, ungefähren. Yeah, it's just Ron Jeremy going. Okay. Guys, you guys are making me sick in the head. When he calmed down, he told us that he'd caught a figure in a hoodie peering through my bedroom window. He tried to sneak up on that intruder but startled him and the guy ran off again. Then the neighbor came out, saw Uncle Chris in the backyard, thought that he was an intruder, and began to threaten him. Eventually everyone calmed down and Chris was trying to get Dad and the neighbor to go canvassing the streets with him, but in the end, they decided the guy must be long gone. Now the next few days were hell. The online abuse ramped up, and it seemed like no matter how many accounts I blocked, a new one would message me, and now the abuse had become more targeted too. Very few people knew this, but in my sophomore year, I'd suffered from anorexia and even spent a few days in a clinic during my summer there. Wait, is saying anorexia, do you have to, like, on YouTube, do you have to, like, say specifically eating disorder? Or maybe, I don't know. Hey, Mia Castillo with the fire says, at least it's racquetball, not pickleball. I will do whatever it takes to remove that stain on the earth. Dude, there's so many people I know that are like, dude, I played some pickleball, man. And I'm just like, what the fuck is pickleball? There's not even a single pickle involved. And then I haven't actually... All right, you guys want to... Let's get my Let's get my live reaction to an actual pickleball match. For the first time, you're hearing it live. Me watching a pickleball match. Pickleball match. Let's see what it's like. Okay, it's doubles. Oh, it's just fucking tennis. But like, really close. Holy shit, these guys are nasty with it. Alright, I get the idea. It's miniature tennis with a fucking goopy ball. That looks like it could be fun as like a backyard sport, but I don't know. Racquetball is just so fun. Just like, you have to like matrix dodge the shots and stuff and kind of have like a somewhat weird, you know, ability to conceptualize geometry in your head on like where it's going to land and where you're going to take it. Cornhole is better. Honestly, I would rather watch like the Cornhole World Championship than whatever the fuck that is. But I guess if, you know, grandma's getting out there getting active, then more power to her. And yeah, it is kind of strange. Why is pickleball? There's all these other sports that have been like world renowned forever as just like random bullshit you can do to get sweaty on a Wednesday, or in this case a Tuesday before Chipotle. And somehow, yeah, it's derp tennis. They choose fucking derp tennis. And we're back at the World Championship of Derp Tennis. Up next is, I mean, it literally, when you watch it, it's like watching Mario Tennis or like some type of like Wii Sports event or some shit in real life. Mia Castillo with the 5 says, pickleball is the armpit of sports, and if not the pit, then it's the taint of all activity. It's mini golf's version of a sport. That's so true. But they'd probably, dude, pickleball would be sick if it was like blacklight. If everything was like glow in the dark and shit. You know what I mean? Could play tennis and get pizza on Thursday and said, that does sound nice. I need to do more shit. Bro, I need to fix my fucking sleep schedule. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but I'm such a goddamn night owl degenerate that like so much of my existence and life is completely wasted because I spend it in the dark.
More the scariest things happen in the dark.
This is true, but I need to do a normal life. Do you sleep late when you're not streaming? I mean, you know me, it's like we're like up here streaming till like 3, 4 in the morning, and then you can only imagine how much further I continue to exist, and then add 8 hours of sleep to that, and you know, sunlight is important. This is true. Rather play dodgeball with tennis balls than watch a pickleball match. Dude, that actually sounds great. I wouldn't mind watching like an actual dodgeball tournament with some fucking matrix sweats. I hate pickleball as much as experts, but I think the real world name for it is cool. The pickleball name? Oh yeah, badminton. Yeah, well, it's weird. It's like you think of badminton, you're just like, it's something people who are like 65 plus and retired on a golf course go and play, you know, whenever they've already like gotten like a par 20 already, you know what I mean? They just need something to change it up with their wife because she just had a hip replacement. And so they go and play a little badminton. But then I guess people are retiring earlier and earlier now, or living for longer and longer. So like, we're gonna up it a notch. Have you guys heard of pickle balls?
Pickled balls? Whose balls are being pickled?
No, pickle ball. Do you let your bare feet touch grass ever? I don't know why that sounds so funny. No, not really. Now it's like winter, so I know what you're talking about. It's called grounding. And honestly, I don't ground, but I don't have any issue with it, and I should do some grounding. I think the origin of the name for pickleball was a reference to specific CT laws referring to if the pickle doesn't bounce, you can't sell it, spamming because it's relevant. Oh, that's funny. Pickled ballus. What's up, homeboy game? How we doing? I got into a sleep cycle of going to bed at 3 a.m. and sleeping till noon every day during the break, and going back to work has been so ass. Yeah, I think that though. I'm like, I just need to go get a fucking normal job. What's up, Change? How we doing? What is one piece of information that was completely useless to me? Completely useless. Oh, I don't know. Like, sometimes, I remember one time I randomly used the MX plus B bullshit, like some actual algebra from random times in my life. I don't even know why I did it, but I did. Maybe just related to graphs or something like that. So that was kind of useful. But yeah, I mean, obviously the figuring out how to like survive quicksand at this point hasn't been very helpful. Seeing as I died in it last week, and this is a new timeline. You guys are my job. That's true. That's true. A hidden, useless talent. I mean, just making this noise. But not actually being able to talk like Donald Duck is pretty fucking worthless. But then you see the way people do it, and it's like they like say what they want to say, but it comes out of the corner of their cheek. But me, I like press the left side of my tongue to the roof of my mouth. No, I press it to the roof of my mouth, but then blow air through, like from the back of the throat. That's me rolling my R's. I must entertain you forever. Forever. Did I sun my butthole? Honestly, once the Liver King started threatening Joe Rogan's life by saying he'll eat his organs, I really stopped taking seriously the ancestral tenets as much. So I feel kind of bad. It's been a while since my butthole has had direct sunlight. Very few people knew this, but in my sophomore year, I suffered from an eating disorder and even spent a few weeks in a clinic during the summer break. I'd recovered fully, and only those closest to me knew about it, but it had been a long and hard road to get over, and at times I still felt those intrusive thoughts coming back. And so it was pretty unwelcome when my stalkers started calling me fat and obese, a pig, and a disgusting flesh monster, all sorts of lovely things. That dress you wore today doesn't fit you very well. Maybe try 10 sizes up, they say. Didn't know that they let pigs into our high school. Saw you in the cafeteria stuffing your face today. Disgusting. I hadn't even eaten in the freaking cafeteria that day. I hadn't eaten anything because the weight paranoia was coming back thanks to this stalker. Now, we filed reports with the cops about all this online abuse, but back in 2008, being an online target wasn't taken seriously at all by the law, even if the cops were sympathetic. And since we only had Uncle Chris's eyewitness account of a potential intruder, it was hard to escalate things legally. Now, Kyle tried his best to make me feel better, constantly telling me that I was beautiful and I shouldn't listen. And he knew about the eating disorder, of course, although we hadn't started dating yet when I was hospitalized for it. Kyle's attempts weren't really working, though, and I was falling back into the rabbit hole of hating myself. Now, one morning, I found a huge cake shoved into our mailbox. Flies were swarming around it, and the entire space in the mailbox was filled with disgusting cream frosting and stale baked goods. Now, it must have been done before our mail arrived because the mailman alerted us about it. And that same day, I received a bunch of spam emails asking if I enjoyed the cake, with things like oink oink written in them and then photos of pigs. Now, Uncle Chris was still on vacation. If we find out it was Uncle Chris at the end of the day, I'm going to be so sad. What's up, Jeepers? How we doing, dude? Good to see ya. Oink, oink. Unk. He's up unculating. Unculating Chris. Uncle Chris was still on his vacation days, so he promised to up his patrols, and he said he hadn't been there the night before due to a date, which I couldn't really hold against him. That night, though, every time I peeked out my window, I saw him sitting in his car, either reading or napping, and it did make me feel safer. But what a fool I was, as if anything was keeping me safe. Now, it was past 4 this time when I was woken up by a commotion. More than a commotion, actually. A rock came hurtling through my window, smashing the glass and sending a shard flying right past my leg and even cutting me slightly. I screamed and ran into the house. Mom and my siblings were already cowering in the living room, and Dad was unlocking the gun cabinet. I'd completely forgotten my little sidearm in my bedroom safe, so much for that. And Dad ran outside, and against my mom's wishes, I followed him. Uncle Chris was out there again, and this time surrounded by a bunch of neighbors. Chris had a wild story to tell. He'd driven to the Piggly Wiggly. Anyone else waiting for League servers to come online again for a new season? League of Legends or League of Pickleball Legends? Honestly, I would rather watch Pickleball Championship than fucking watch League of Legends. I have no idea why on Twitch League of Legends is always like the top fucking game. Like, if ever there's a fucking boring, lame, and supposedly the most toxic possible game you could ever play in your entire life, it's League of Legends, and I can't wrap my fucking head around it. Do you think you'll ever have a villain arc? Dude, I'm living it right now, man. My whole existence is villainry. Pickleball is big deal nowadays. Are you guys watching Big Deal tonight? With 6-7? The oinky sploinky. Because it is the game, toxic as hell but fun. Is it the game though? I don't even know. It's like, of all the games to be the top game, I guess maybe because it's like international, sort of like Dota. But how the fuck is an RTS, I guess it's not an RTS, but it's a MOBA. How the fuck is a MOBA where you just click the person around and do that, and seemingly like some games are lost with like still half an hour to go where you can like forfeit? How is that the most popular game? It just seems so strange to me. You realize you're 2 minutes behind on the live. I'm sorry. And it wasn't a knock to anyone who plays League of Legends. I can't wrap my head around it. He'd driven to the Piggly Wiggly to grab some snacks and got caught up chatting to the kid working the register. Now, Uncle Chris was kind of like that. He could somehow strike up a conversation with anyone. And so he drove back to his stakeout and caught a creeper staring into my window again. And without thinking, Uncle Chris said that he leaped out of his car, swiped up a rock, and hurled it at the intruder. He missed, of course, and that's what had smashed my window. Uncle Chris himself had actually thrown that rock. Of course, this drew the neighbors out again, and a few of the neighbor guys were scouring the area for that black-clad intruder that Uncle Chris described. Chris, I have a fucking speech impediment. This is so cool. Chris was really riled up, waving his gun about as he spoke, and Dad had taken... Chris was really riled up, waving his gun around as he spoke, and Dad had to take him to one side and tell him to calm down before somebody got shot. He'd already thrown that rock through my bedroom window, which Dad was pissed him about. Quisp. Quisp. It's my friend Quisp. My Uncle Quisp. Quispos. Oh. You thought you were blocked? No, what's up, broski? YouTube is weird sometimes. It's strange. Very odd and very strange. Also, just a heads up, guys. Tomorrow, I am going to be coming to your house. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, I was gonna look at, so, do you guys remember chilling, being scared, and all that kind of stuff? Anyways, chilling, aka Dane from being scared, is he produced a movie called Gale Yellow Brick Road. You may have seen me advertise it before when it was on his, I believe, Chilling app or maybe another streaming service. But he's going to have it in theaters, in select theaters, for one day this year, February 11th. But tickets go on sale basically today, I guess around like 10 a.m. or something, EST. So, you know, I'm going to advertise that on the channel at the beginning of the video. If you want to get tickets, I'm going to pin that here. Tickets for Gale Yellow Bricked Up. It will initially just tell you to put your email in or whatever. Not that you have to get tickets, only if you want to go, and you might have to be in like a big metropolitan area or whatever to even have it playing in your theater. But might be worth checking. That's the question. Yeah, what kind of city? But I think if you put your email in, it will like. At least that's what it's going to look like tomorrow. Once it goes live after like 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. or something, I think the website will change so that it shows where things are playing and where to get your tickets and stuff. I mean, you can get them online, but right now it's like you have to put your email in so you can request a notification whenever it does it. But I figured I might as well just put that for you guys, since you guys are like pretty much the GOAT fans. Pretty much like the top tier dudes. Yeah, we'll have a Let's Read meetup at Gale Yellow Bricked Up Road. Okay. Do you also stream on Twitch or only on YouTube, and if why? I used to stream on Twitch, but I think I wasn't really getting any viewers over there, and I think I was like taking up a lot of my, I don't know, I felt like it was interfering with my YouTube stream, so I just stream over here anyways. It's just whatever. Twitch is, I don't really like Twitch in general. The culture over at Twitch is still like that old school, hardcore, censorious, like everybody's got to think the same way about everything type, like hive mind bullshit. And I think people need to come to terms with the fact that that era is over, and Twitch just like has not gotten over that yet, and it's really cringe. It was impossible for any of us to get back to sleep that night. Not really worth trying. Oh wait, where was I? He'd already thrown a rock through my bedroom window, which Dad was pissed at him about. And it was impossible. What about on Kick? I don't know. I don't really care about Kick either. I mean, I'm sure Kick is probably like blowing up for some people. Maybe I should get on there, but it's hard to like pick a platform and really give a shit about, you know? It was impossible for any of us to get to sleep that night, and not really worth trying, as the sun would soon be up. Now, my younger siblings did go back to bed, so did my mom, but Dad, Uncle Chris, and I sat in the kitchen just drinking coffee, and I thought that we were waiting for the cops to arrive, but apparently I was wrong. And that's when Uncle Chris dropped a bombshell. He said that he couldn't be sure. He stressed this over and over again, but he wanted to tell me just in case. He said that when he threw the rock, that peeping Tom had turned and his mask had slipped, and Chris had gotten a glimpse of a face that he was sure was Kyle. My boyfriend Kyle. Kyle, my boyfriend, my stalker? Could it be? Now, I thought about it. None of the online abuse had come through exactly when I was with Kyle, and the note had been left on the refrigerator when Kyle was in and out of the house. Kyle knew about my eating disorder. But why? Why would Kyle, the guy I loved, do this to me? No, Uncle Chris had to be wrong. Kyle wouldn't have the time or energy to make all these fake accounts, do all this harassment, shove a cake into my mailbox. Uncle Chris could have seen any white, normal-looking teenage boy and jumped to conclusions, and Kyle wouldn't do this to me. I mean, he wouldn't, would he? Now, I didn't want to raise the issue with Kyle. I was still very insecure, and I was worried that even asking him about it might cause him to break up with me. It's dumb, I know, and Kyle must have been able to tell that I was distant with him, though, because he asked what was up between us when he called me on Friday night. And I just broke down. and told him how bad I was feeling because of the stalker, how insecure and scared that I was, and I mentioned that I felt so unsafe at school, knowing that this guy was watching me from somewhere at every turn, and wanted to try to fish for any clues that Kyle might feel guilty. And that's when Kyle pointed out something interesting. He said something like, "Well, the stalker hasn't actually done anything at school, right?" And when I thought about it, he was right. All the harassment had taken place in and around my home, and I never received any anonymous notes in my locker, nothing slipped into my coat or bag during school. And the stalker had left a note in my home, filled the mailbox with cake, and been caught lurking around my bedroom window by Uncle Chris a couple of times. There's no actual proof he goes to There's, no actual proof. Holy fuck, this is a long-ass fucking story. I don't know. Is it the uncle? Is it Kyle? What the fuck is up, Kyle? I was listening to an old story about an old-timer's going to look for some guys that were gator hunting. Anyways, he kept saying pirogue or pirogue. Yeah, it was like a French place, like a Louisiana French place. Did I get it wrong? Because I thought I looked up how to say it on Forvo, and normally it's correct, but sometimes the French differences between actual France versus, Louisiana is wildly different. How often you record stories? Every few days and a few hours, or how do you do it? So I stream every Sunday and Wednesday, which is the days before videos come out on Mondays and Thursdays. So I'll record on those days and stream it, and then edit the day after. It's pronounced P-Rod. I always heard it as P-Row. Man, maybe. Fuck. Oh, you lied. What is it? Penis rod? Big P-Rod. She smeared feces on her own chair and stuck her hand in it for the lols. What are you guys talking about? Who did this? Hey, see ya. Why can't why can't Tori read? There we go. What's up, Tori? The first answer can apply to the window. My friend and I were being stupido, and we were pumped and making kicks and crashes with the window. We were 14. Dude, I feel like you guys are just having some straight up conversations that I'm not even involved in. Hawk is here. Where's Hawk at? Oh, there he is. I saw the blue and I didn't see his name. What's up, Hawk? How you feeling, broski? There's no actual proof he goes to school with us, Kyle had said. And then I thought about the messages. They would be sent to my email, my MySpace profile, Friendster, etc., and I never really paid attention to when they were posted, just when I received them, which was after I returned home from school. I've been saving them for the police reports, so I went back and checked while on the phone with Kyle, and the messages that were timed or dated had all been posted at random times throughout the day, although never mid-morning. Whoever it was knew certain details, though, like what I'd worn to school some days. And then Kyle reminded me about other details that were wrong, like the time the stalker had chided me for stuffing my face into the Whoever it was knew certain details, though, like what I'd worn to school some days. And then Kyle reminded me about other details that were wrong, like the time the stalker had given me crap for stuffing my face in the cafeteria when I hadn't even eaten my lunch in the cafeteria that day. And this revelation didn't make things better, though. If anything, it just widened the pool of suspects to an almost impossible size. Now, this really caused me to start panicking, and I broke down on the phone and started crying and hyperventilating. Kyle insisted that he was coming over there and then, and we lived across town, and it was nearly midnight, so I told him not to, but he was insistent. He wanted to check on me, so I hung up the phone and waited for him. And feeling good that I had a boyfriend who dropped everything on a Friday night to come and see me. I was checking my messages that night, hoping that something would come through while Kyle was on the drive over, proving that he wasn't the one sending the abuse. Now, by this point, I was pretty certain he wasn't, but the confirmation would have been nice. I got the confirmation that night, but not in the way that I could have ever expected. I was reading, I think, when the commotion... Hyper-enunciating? What does it say? Hyper-unculating. Oh, okay, nice. I'm always doing that. It's kind of like ovulation for uncles. For unkies. I'm just a little unky. I'm a homunculus. I'm a unculus. Yeah, it's the same thing. Never mind. Oh, you just blew yourself? What? What's going on, guys? Do we need to talk? Do we need to have a talk? Alright. I was reading, I think, when the commotion sounded from outside. This was the beginning to become a route. From unk to unk. This was beginning to become a routine now. Yelling, shouting, and then a crash. I rushed to the window. Kyle was struggling with someone on the lawn. They were both rolling around out there, and neighbors were already beginning to emerge. I saw Dad step onto our lawn holding his shotgun. I ran outside. Dad had his shotgun trained on these two men, Kyle and Uncle Chris. Kyle had his hands held behind his head while Chris was shouting and ranting. "Shut up," Dad screamed at him. I was shocked to see this gun swing in Chris's direction, and I was even more shocked to hear what Kyle was saying. Kyle had pulled up around the corner outside of our cul-de-sac and walked around the block to my house to avoid walking my family on dog collars. I'm thinking about moving from Germany to California. Thoughts on? Good choice, bad choice? Well, California sucks, just FYI. Like, it's pretty to visit, but, like, the taxes are insane, and, like, the regulation is probably, like, just as bad as Germany is right now. So I would honestly say probably go to, like... Well, it depends on, like, what you're looking for, honestly. It just depends on what kind of, like, state you want to live in. Do you care about the taxes? Do you care about the weather? What kind of weather do you want? Because, like, down south, the taxes are not as bad, and you have certain degrees of, like, freedoms, and it's always sunny. Like, this, like, dude, South Carolina, North Carolina, those states are fucking awesome. Florida's pretty cool, but there's a lot of crazy, like, random shit sometimes. Texas, maybe. Pennsylvania sucks just because it's cold. You know, it's cold and fucking lame. That's true, too. You had to deal with the smog in California. Yeah, Tennessee. Right, I mean, you got a lot of options. It just depends on the type. Well, visited for a few weeks. NAD was really nice. Weather, like 20 degrees Celsius average, would be nice. No, I'm not going to encounter Florida, man. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, Florida itself is nice. It's just there are hurricanes there, and there is a degree of, like, random meth heads. Doesn't mean they don't exist in other states, but it seems to be quite bad down there. Not quite bad. You know what I mean, though. In many ways, Florida's beautiful, but also in many ways, Florida is kind of overrated. But some of those other, like, random states, let's see, 20 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit is 68. So honestly, if you wanted 68 all year round, I mean, if you do go to California, I would go to San Diego. I heard it was just, like, pretty much that comfortable temperature all year round. But once again, like I said, the state tax is insane. Then you got local, then you got federal, and then it's just going to get worse, right? But yeah, you know, North Carolina, South Carolina, you got pretty much all of the southern region is probably, like, where you're going to find comfortable weather. It's just it can be quite muggy and uncomfortable. I would honestly say North Carolina might be your go-to, where you're in that, like, comfortable range all year round. The winters are not that bad. It's not the same as Germany. Like, apparently Pennsylvania is the most like Germany, from what I've heard. But I'm not, like, I like Pennsylvania since I grew up here, but it's The winter fucking lasts for like 6 months. I saw a video of the people from California moving back to California after they leave. It's certainly a possibility. I mean, it's just an individual experience. I think about taxes since I'm like self-employed, right? And the last thing I want is like more government regulation just to hand them over and it to be like funneled into some bullshit fraud program. Utah's got great nature, mountains, super beautiful. Yeah, Colorado is really beautiful, but the weather is quite unpredictable there as well. Utah is great in the sense of freedom, but once again, you're kind of just like on your own in certain areas. I mean, I guess you could go to like one of the major cities or something. I think people from California used to the California lifestyle. Once they leave, they realize what they lost. That's true too, yeah, for sure. It'd be cool to have the same taxes like Germany. We pay way too much to not have the same all right, well, let's see. We're gonna look it up for you. We're gonna chat BBC it for you and figure out how to live your life. But getting over, I'm curious how difficult it is to like get over. I mean, maybe you'd be able to get on like a extended work card, or you know what I mean, like, let's see. Okay, I'm moving from Germany, Deutschland, to America. I want nice 68 degree weather most of the time, and I want to pay next to no taxes. Where should I move to in the United States? I already said that, but whatever. Let's see. Rubber Boot Ninja, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content, my friend. Best weather plus tax-friendly places. Trade-offs include Southern California coast. I was saying about San Diego, Santa Barbara, Long Beach, right? Weather, Mediterranean climate with mild winters and comfortably warm summers, rarely extreme and often very close to 68. Comfort target, taxes. California has state income tax, one of the highest in the U.S., so this doesn't meet your pay next to no taxes goal. Pros, stunning scenery, beaches, outdoor culture, mild year-round climate. Cons, high cost of living, high tax burden. Best for weather, not taxes. Florida, warm weather plus no state income tax. Cities with decent averages: Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Orlando, Tampa. Average annual temps often in the high 60s to low 70s. Taxes, no state income tax. Weather, warm most of the year, though summer humidity and heat can be strong. Pros, keep more income, beach access, lots of sunshine. Cons, hurricane risk in some areas, humidity in the summer. My friends got shit on in like below Tampa for the hurricane, but that was because they live near like directly next to waters, and their house wasn't on stilts, so it was really only like a foot of water, but it destroyed their home and shit. But honestly, Florida, like, I know you don't like the Florida man concept, but Florida is nice. I mean, it's pretty much just like California, but I don't know. Like, I mean, you're gonna find just as many crazy homeless people in like LA as you are in like random places in Florida, but there's just a greater degree of like freedom, and I guess like I don't know, less of a unified mind of thinking, I suppose. But it's the humidity in Florida is bad. But I mean, if you like warm weather and vacation weather. Did you say your friends want to leave Florida due to hurricane? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like but once again, the place that they're at, if they would literally just be a mile up the road or have a house where they were that was on stilts, they would still have their home. And instead, they got hit in 2 years in a row. And yeah. And granted, I mean, there are meth heads and just like retards walking around and shit like that, like begging for money and stuff. But it really just depends on where you go. Okay, Texas, no income tax plus varied climates. Okay, so this could probably be maybe your best bet if you're not a fan of Florida. So cities with milder averages, 66 to 70 is Dallas. Is it Abilene? San Antonio, average 69 to 70. Taxes, no state income tax. Weather, hot summers in many parts, not always perfect, but winters are mild. Pros, no state income tax, strong job market, affordable housing. Cons, summers can be very hot, especially in central and southern regions. Huge state with tax advantages, but weather varies. Hot summers in many places. Yeah, and I mean, Dallas can get kind of crazy. San Antonio can get kind of crazy. But both Florida and Texas have some of the craziest drivers. Maybe it is the heat. I don't know. Once again, it really just depends on the exact place you're going to, but avoiding Germany's taxes does sound nice. Nevada. See, this is one I didn't really thought about. Nevada. No income tax, dry climate. Cities like Las Vegas, Reno, average temperatures around 60 to 70 overall in many areas. Though I've heard like Las Vegas is going to get up into like the hundreds sometimes. And then Tennessee. Dude, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of vibing with Tennessee. I've heard good things about Tennessee. No state income tax, 4 seasons, not year-round, 68 degrees, cold winters, warm summers. Obviously, the more south you go in Tennessee, probably the warmer. Pros, low tax burden, low cost of living. Cons, winters can be quite cold, weather not as mild year-round. I don't know, dude. Like those places like North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina. I remember it was like March, right? And where I lived, it was still winter. It was 32 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 0 degrees Celsius. And then you go 12 hours to South Carolina, and it was fucking 75 and beautiful. And people were just out doing stuff and living their normal life, you know. It's been spring for like months at that point. Maryland's got a pretty heavy tax burden. I don't really know where you would want to live in Maryland. I've been there a few times. I've been to Baltimore. I've been to various other locations. Once again, let me just clarify. Everywhere you go in a state, there's going to be pros and cons, right? Obviously the Bronx, New York is going to be wildly different than Deep Creek, Maryland, right? You know what I mean? Or Ocean City or whatever, you know? And then the life that you live out in the fucking boonies is going to be way different than the life that you live in, inner city Baltimore or whatever. Life is just different everywhere you go. But the burden that you pay in taxes, the job opportunities, all that kind of stuff, it's just something that you just gonna have to think through. Tennessee sounds good how you describe it. I don't mind winters, but warm, decent weather most of the time is cool. Isn't North Carolina dead, like nothing or to do kind of stuff? I went there recently to visit friends, and it was nice, dude. The weather was beautiful. It was sunny. It had the southern vibe, you know what I mean? But at the same time, there was a lot of just lively culture to it, you know, especially towards the college towns and that kind of thing, where it was Duke University and some various other ones. Honestly, it's kind of like a slept-on gem. Now, granted, they did talk about some wild weather that they had in that area of North Carolina, but once again, I feel like you just gotta research that, research where there have been some wild weather events and things of that nature. And I have no doubt that you dial it in, you're gonna find a really nice place to live in the United States if you can make it happen. It's okay. I mean, you asking this question is also me kind of doing some research too. I mean, I enjoy learning about places. Yeah, Georgia sounds nice. I mean, I really only ever know anything about fucking Atlanta, but I hear Georgia's nice. I mean, there's so many nice places in the South, honestly. As much as people want to knock on it or whatever, it's beautiful down there. Kyle had pulled up around the corner outside of our cul-de-sac and walked around the block of my house to avoid waking my family. Now by now it was nearly 1 a.m. As he'd approached around the back, where my room looked out over, just not a good time to move to the States. But that's the thing, though, is that, maybe it is, dude. Obviously, the perception of when is or is not a good time to move somewhere. If you were to move to, fucking Yemen, that's probably not a great place to move to, right? Or whatever. But I'm sure there's pockets of peace that exist there. But, when it comes to, the United States, you know, all during like periods of like excitable, you know, moments where there's like chaos in the streets of like cities, the perception that you have towards it is just usually wildly different than the individual's experience that like lives in it, right? Because it's just, that's how we receive information, is the internet, and the internet only knows how to sensationalize everything we see all the time. So once again, there's like thousands and thousands of like little towns that never experience the chaos that cities do. And, you know, they're way cheaper to live, and they're probably only like a 30-minute commute, you know. So, Joey, since you're American, what's the worst state to live in? The worst state? I don't know. West Virginia? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm sure some people really like West Virginia, but I remember I've gone through West Virginia a few times, and it's like the definition of just the hills, you know. There's just not a lot going on there. I don't know why anyone would retire in the States. Well, I guess that's a good point too. Maybe there's like, you could go to Bermuda. You could retire in Thailand, honestly, and just fucking live out life as a king there if you want. Hardest tack is to get a visa. Only specific jobs get normal work visa right now, and green card lottery has been canceled, I think, or let a company pay, I think, something like $100K for me getting over there. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, dude. I mean, like, maybe you can just come visit for extended periods of time or something, and maybe if you're planning on actually, if you were the one that was talking about retiring, maybe consider moving. Australia is really nice. It seems like Australia is like way more comfortable with like allowing people in and shit. And like Sydney, I hear, is beautiful. I only went to Perth, and Perth was beautiful. It was boring, but it was nice. And like, if ever there felt like there was a degree of like utopia, I know this sounds so stupid, but like in the sense of just like feeling safe but also feeling comfortable. It's a little bit expensive, but there was just something about Australia. I know that there's like big crocodiles that hunt you and eat you, but obviously the towns and cities don't have those. I don't know. Australia has a lot of 1984 stuff going on. Is it true? I guess that's true during COVID. They were putting people in like camps or some shit. I have no fucking clue. But I heard that it could be rats and snakes in your toilets in Australia. That's true. I mean, I didn't see any when I was in Perth, but granted, once again, it was like a city, so it was like, I don't know. Yeah, Japanese. I wonder if they're trying to repopulate Japanese. They're going to need us, guys. There's Maine, lots of beautiful views, great food, great people, just hours to drive a lot to get places, and it's pretty cold. Yeah, Maine. Yeah, fucking Maine, baby. Let's go to Maine. Honestly, America's doing just fine, I think. Especially if you don't know any other languages, you know English. Like, that's the hardest part, is just knowing the language. Like, obviously the little like social cues are going to be different everywhere you go, but you'll pick them up. I was told by an Australian woman that they wear armor to ride bikes because of the birds. That might be the case too, yeah, if they're flying into you or some shit. Great white sharks, all that cool stuff. As he'd approached around the back, where my room looked out over, he'd seen a figure standing in my window. It was very clear from his motions that the guy was pleasuring himself. Kyle had yelled, and then tackled him and started beating on the guy. And that's when he realized it was Uncle Chris. Now, Uncle Chris denied this, and of course he hadn't been touching himself. He'd just been on his patrol, like usual, keeping me safe. No, this could have been believed, except Dad's eyes traveled down to Chris's crotch. His fly was clearly undone, and his clothing was very disheveled. Now, when Uncle Chris saw where Dad had been looking, his face went as white as a goddamn sheet. It had always been Uncle Chris leading this narrative, and it had been Uncle Chris who had been caught in the backyard by the neighbor that first time, and come up with some story about how he'd been chasing a mysterious third party. It had been Uncle Chris who... Did you eat Freddo frogs in Australia? I don't think I had any frogs. I did have kangaroo, and kangaroo tasted like a lot like steak. The guy in the story sounds like the guy in the email earlier. Could be the same person. Maybe it's just because my voice is the same. I don't know. Have I tried fried alligator? I have, yeah. Fried alligator I had down in Florida, and it tasted a lot like chicken nuggets in like a weird way. Almost like some weird mix between like chicken and fish. It was very odd. It was like flaky but chewy. I don't even know. Fishkin. Chimp fish. It had been Uncle Chris who threw the rock at my window, claiming that there was an intruder. It had been Uncle Chris who had repeatedly persuaded us to keep the cops' involvement to a minimum so we could handle it ourselves. Uncle Chris, who was at our house either most mornings or most evenings, who would know what I was wearing to school, who would have time in the day to send various abusive messages. Uncle Chris, who could easily have slipped into the house during the barbecue and left the note on that refrigerator. Uncle Chris, who was able to shove cake into the mailbox because he was the one keeping the house safe, quote-unquote, in the first place. Uncle Chris knew all about my eating disorder, my insecurities, my weaknesses, and fears. Uncle Chris, my dad's flesh and blood brother, who'd been a beloved presence in my life since I was born, stalking me, harassing me, fantasizing about me, and that trauma still exists for me 16 years later. Now, I'll summarize everything briefly, as we did get the cops involved, but the online stalking charges didn't amount to much back then, and it was Kyle's word against Chris that he'd been perving on me through the window. Ultimately, there wasn't much that we could achieve with the law. Why did Chris do all of this? It turned out that he'd always been Cake. Romance ain't dead. Oh my god. If there's one thing I've learned from this story, it's passion. Passion for family. It turned out that he'd always incredibly hated my dad for marrying my mom. Chris was the older brother and had secretly harbored a thing for my mom. And I don't know the extent of it, and I don't want to know, but he came clean about a bunch of small yet spiteful acts that he'd committed against my dad and our family over the years. Accidents that weren't really accidents. Damage around the house that happened mysteriously. Neighborhood kids keying Dad's car. All sorts of amounts of small yet terrifying incidents. And then apparently when I hit 18, I quote-unquote blossomed into looking too close to Mom, and that made him hate me too, as well as apparently, well, yeah. So he decided to hurt our whole family in one evil go. And after all this came out, we'd never seen Chris again. Dad had passed away 10 years later and Mom just a couple of years ago. My two siblings were doing well as they both lived overseas and haven't heard from Chris. As for me, the event destroyed my trust and my life. And Kyle and I didn't stay together for much longer after that because I simply couldn't bring myself to trust anyone close to me at all. Chris had been like a second father figure to me, and to say that I took all this hard would be an understatement. It was devastating. There's no happy ending. It just makes me sad that Dad never lived to see Chris get put in the ground. Now that's happened now, though. Apparently he's listed me as his closest living relative because a few weeks ago, I was informed that Chris had died in a motorcycle. Wait. Have I read this story already? Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my fucking god, dude. What the fuck? No, this motor... Dude... Wait. I think I did. I just feel like I vaguely recall, like, him dying in a motorcycle or something. because I remember there was, like, I may have clicked a compilation of the email related to, like, toxic relation. There was, like, another... Oh, fuck. I'm going to be 100% right now. I have no idea. I got focused on the chat. Fuck. I can't quite... It's so weird. It's like sort of... At least I read the whole thing. But then it would just be like a insane waste of 2 hours. Holy shit. Would anyone genuinely notice and be upset? But I mean, it's like, I think I may have clicked the document that... Because like the stories are like right? They're edited and then they're compiled. And I may have just like... Because this is a topic we've kind of done before in relationship to like toxic relationships. I'm an idiot, bro, if I fuck this up, man. What am I doing? This is so annoying. This generally sounds so fucking familiar, though. And I usually, like, when I get that instinct, I feel like it's... Dude, let me go back. Let me go to my YouTube channel, search... I'm sorry, guys. This is such a waste of time, but I gotta get this figured out. Do more Force Mountain stories. I love them. Felt like the best ones. Yeah, there's, what's it called? The Appalachian video that came out came out on Monday, is doing really well. And that's up your alley, I do believe. Well, I don't know. Normally I would have picked up on like the familiarity of it super early on, I believe, so maybe I'm just have old timer's disease. Shit. I don't fucking know, man. Joe, I've listened to every episode you put out. I've never heard this story before. Okay, well, honestly, I trust you. I just, like... There's something that got hit with me, you know, like a deja vu vibe. Like, the idea of, like, the uncle doing something bad, like, sounds so familiar. But then, like, you know what I mean? The uncle being the stalker. But then the uncle also dying in a motorcycle accident. Like, something about that sounds so fucking familiar. It might just be... Dude, I might be existing in total recall moment right now. Somebody's filled my brain with MK Ultra memories. Chris is so surprised me. There was no happy ending. Just... Alright. We're just gonna keep going. We got a few more paragraphs here. Yeah, I might just be combining two stories to get my ass to Mars. There's no happy ending. It just makes me sad that Dad never lived. Listen back in 2019, never remember hearing this. It would be pretty recent, I feel like, because the last toxic relationships was definitely after 2019. I mean, it's been, yeah, fucking 7 years for sure. Holy shit. 7 years since 2019. What the fuck? 2019 feel like it just happened. Breer Riggs, welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. There's no happy ending. It just makes me sad that Dad never lived to see Chris put in the ground. That didn't happen. That's happened now, though. And apparently he listed me as his closest living relative because a few weeks ago I was informed that Chris had died in a motorcycle accident a few states over. Apparently he was strung out on meth and showed signs of long-term addiction. I don't think I'll have any more involvement than being informed, but I'm glad to know that he's gone, and I hope it was painful. I have moved on and I have a partner and family of my own, and I'm just very grateful that my kids can't grow up with a terrifying paternal uncle because my husband is an only child. Alright, I don't know. This next story is about grinders, so hopefully if you guys recognize this one, you can let me know. But don't do like one of those things where you're like, you know what I mean? Me telling you about it like fills your brain with the possibility it's happened. But if it does sound familiar and you're 100% sure, please let me know. Sit Sitar, thank you for the gifter to Wheels and Feels. Wheels and Feels, you now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Sit Sitar. Grinding to the max. So I just wanted to tell you about my last date. His name was Greg, and he was perfect. I met him on Grindr, and I genuinely saw a future with this guy. And I guess there was a future, just not a future that I could have ever predicted. Now, we chatted on the app for a few days before deciding on our first date. A lunch date picnic in the park. And I booked it during our lunch hour because, well, I was on my lunch hour, and I also knew that there'd be a bunch of other people around. Always important for a first date or a first time meeting a new person. Now, I'm not really new to the dating game. I'm the type of guy who struggles to settle down. Well, not yet anyway, and not that I sleep around or have multiple people on the go at once. I'm just really picky and I get tired of people's idiosyncrasies very quick. Now, I know this makes me kind of flaky and unappealing as a prospective partner, so I try and make up for that in other ways by keeping myself well-groomed and fit, etc. I want people to give me a chance, even if I'm not always best at doing the same in kind. Now, Greg was wonderful. Mid-20s, I'm late 20s. He was very calm, gentle, almost quiet. A very thoughtful guy. Now, our lunch date ran longer because we spent so long talking about literature, art, movies, politics, you name it. Everything we could think to talk about, and we found very mutual interest in each of the topics. Now, you could say that we really clicked. The date had to end because I could only be so late getting back to work, and I was feeling really good about this one though. And it seemed as if Greg felt the same about me because he messaged me that same evening saying that he'd had an amazing time and would I like to do it again. Well, would I? And so we arranged for another lunch date, and this time on a day that we both had time off of work. Now, I work as a junior lawyer at a firm, and Greg, well, he told me he worked in fashion. Who really knows though? We met at an Olive Garden and had another lovely time. Over breadsticks, I brought up the fact that I was bisexual. Now, this can be a showstopper for some gay men. There's all sorts of prejudice towards bisexuals from both sides of the fence, so I like to bring it up ASAP, and if it's going to be an issue, then there's plenty of time for both of us to just bail. Now, Greg seemed completely unbothered by this and even asked about previous partners, whether I thought it was easier being bisexual than gay or straight, and he told me he'd always considered that it would be harder for a variety of reasons. He was very sincere and sweet about it. He had a youthful curiosity about life that just really appealed to me. Now, for our third date, we went out for dinner at a small, family-owned restaurant near my apartment. I like to eat late on weekends, and Greg was acquiescent to that, so I booked a table for 9 p.m., that is. Now, we had a delightful time. Neither of us drank, and I offered to order a bottle of wine, but Greg had driven to the restaurant and told me that he wouldn't even have a sip of alcohol if he was driving, and I could respect that. And so the night played out wonderfully. It was just past midnight when we went out to the parking lot, and there, pressed against Greg's car, we shared our first kiss. I genuinely felt sparks, and it was wonderful. Which is why I was a tiny bit puzzled when Greg bid me a good night, got into his car, and drove off. He didn't even offer me a ride home or anything. I've been planning to invite him in, actually. And still, it didn't get to me too much, though. The kiss had clearly been full of passion, and I don't think Greg had lost interest. He was probably trying to play it coy and hadn't quite landed it. And by the time I'd walked a few blocks, I'd convinced myself it was just that. And when he sent me a message a couple of minutes later thanking me for an amazing night and implying that next time it should be an overnighter, my fears were alleviated. At least, my fears about Greg. And the route back from the restaurant was around a half-hour's walk through some suburbs, but in between the restaurant and my suburb, there was a short cock to suck, so I did just that. A gay man who wanted to give it a go on the first meetup. Color me surprised. Yeah. Guys, you gotta be careful. Your body releases oxytocin when you have sex with people. I was talking about old Greg earlier, now I've never stopped quoting it. I'm old Greg. I'm old motherfucking Greg.
Would you like to come into my domicile?
The route back from the restaurant was around a half-hour's walk through suburbs, but in between the restaurant and my suburb, there was a shortcut through a forest path that would save about 10 minutes of walking. And when I say forest, it was more of a public park, so it had sporadic lighting, and although I wouldn't recommend it at night, I felt comfortable and safe as...
You ever drink Baileys? Did you ever drink jizz from a shoe? Suck it out of my mangina.
You think old Greg knew SpongeBob? Oh my god, an old Greg SpongeBob crossover would be so good, man. There's something about new SpongeBob that just doesn't sit right with me, though. It just seems like so... not him, you know what I mean? Watching new SpongeBob makes me feel like I'm watching, like, Bluey. Like, SpongeBob just feels like a different character. Thought they only made movies now for SpongeBob. Well, that might be true too. But I swear, like, even like some of the, you know, past 5 seasons, watching some of that just felt really weird. Old SpongeBob is definitely goated for sure.
Do you love me? Make an assessment.
We're getting old. Yeah, I guess so, honestly. It's been tough getting old, I'll be real with you. Just feeling like sort of irrelevant in weird abstract ways, or like you are missing, like you missed some windows of sorts. Who's Hippo? Welcome back for 8 months. Loves y'all. Thanks for being awesome. I'm old Greg. Thank you, Who's Hippo. Thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, the old SpongeBob voices seem better too. Yeah, I wonder what happened to those voice actors. They probably get bored doing the same thing forever, but why not, dude? That's your purpose. Do that till you're dead.
Mother liquor.
Life gets better as I get older and my men get younger. Christy, that's a little creepy. No, I'm just kidding. You date whoever you want, dude. I don't give a hoot. I don't give a hoot or a holler. Don't their voices change as they age? Whose voices? Spoonge boobs?
I wanted to have a glass shoe and Baileys at my wedding and say nothing and see if anyone partakes, but that would be gross.
Kind of sounds a little bit like Cleveland Brown. We are in an art recession. Real art is too political by nature and everything is empty and budget corporate and shitification, if you will. I agree, honestly. Like, all forms of, like, modern day art that tries to be political is just, like, it's not even nuanced or interesting. It's just, really, really boring. Cooper DeJean is dating Nikki Bella, and she's 42, he's 22. Who the fuck is Nikki? Well, I'll be honest with you, gentlemen. Do I blame the old boy? Not too much. That is fucking crazy. So he's a wrestling fan, I see. Curious. Dude, I've seen a couple commercials with Cooper DeJean in it, and he is, like, they talk about, like, athletes being some of the worst actors, but he might be like the top of the food chain as far as terrible sports actors goes, which is only marginally as bad as John Cena's acting. I really thought COVID would make art and entertainment better like the writer's strike did in 2008. I was wrong, sadly. Well, I think it's just, I genuinely think it's, what is it? It's the fact that in the major sections that determine where art comes from, like the financial pathways in which they're created, the only people getting hired for like Hollywood, or the only people getting hired in certain like industries come from a very specific like political ilk, of which is manifested usually within the collegiate setting, right? And then it's kind of like it's kind of monetarily incentivized that way from like corporate interests, because obviously corporate interests at their very, they understand that art is incredibly powerful. So to centralize where those like political perspectives come from, or what the art is manifested to, you have to, control that. And I think that's kind of where like the ESG scores like came into, as far as like determining where art went and developed, and then kind of created an incentivized structure. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And so like really, if you want to like get any honest art or honest takes on things or honest perspectives, you basically just have to like hear it either from a book that someone didn't get paid money to write, or like, I don't even know, just like independent media that doesn't have like tens of thousands of like filters to go through, or editors and all that kind of stuff. Like, you're just not going to get honesty. You're not going to get honesty from a corporate entity. Like, if you genuinely think that a project that's funded by JP Morgan is somehow going to like speak truth upon the injustices of the world, no, you're just going to get the most like baseline, boring fucking politics from some dipshit on Twitter who, never goes outside, has no actual life experiences, only perceives the world from like one particular lens, and it's cringe. It's cringe and not real. Like, but then when you look back and like see other people who wrote stories, they like, going back maybe almost a century now, but it's like they were in like World War I, and they traveled the world, and they saw all sorts of cultures, and there wasn't like so many limitations on what they could or couldn't say without being considered a do-baddie or whatever the fuck, It's just all, it literally is the enshittification of everything, because it's just the further centralization of everything. Like, I genuinely do wonder if like people in China actually enjoy the art that is manifested out of China from the political, commentary sense, because if you can't really criticize the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, can you ever really have true art, right? And it's the same thing that's like kind of slowly manifesting in the West as well, where there's just a limitation on the words or things you can say. And it's, I would say getting a little bit better, just based on the fact that the market has to sway one way a little bit. But yeah, censorship greatly kills people's perspectives. And Crybaby, welcome back. Or no, actually, thank you for the gifter to Angel Lab, or Angel Ab. Thank you, Crybaby. You must seek out that which you wish to find. That's true too, and I mean, I'm sure eventually you're going to find it. Pennsylvania is pretty, the housing, and I like the quirkiness. I don't know, people from Pennsylvania are very quirky. Honestly, I think there's something in the fucking water in Pennsylvania that just like makes people like wildly disinterested in anything you ever have to say. I mean, that's actually a really terrible take, to be honest with you. But if ever there was a way to describe Pennsylvanians as a whole, and it's going to vary depending on where you go, it's, I don't know, very neutral, very even keel, certainly not too strange. Like, to come across like a personality is like a fucking catching a shiny Pokemon sometimes, but maybe that's everywhere you go. Isn't Pennsylvania super haunted? Yeah, everywhere you go. It's a fucking ghost. Can't even go to bed. Can't even go get your mail without getting fucking possessed. Is it true that Philly has demons? I mean, it's a very high crime area, right? It's gangs, it's drugs, it's shit, you know? It's government incentivized fucking, you know, low living. It's a city. It's another fucking city. I went to Eastern State Penitentiary in Philly. Yeah, I went there before during the Halloween thing. It was pretty creepy for sure. You saw when we get shot in Philly? Yeah, it doesn't sound great, man. I mean, like, literally think about that. Like, you had to witness a person, like, probably die. Like, that's so fucked. But that literally happens, like, thousands of times in cities. Like, people get so like, I mean, school shootings are the worst thing ever, right? They're terrible. You would never advocate for it, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But what I want to point out is the fact that these things happen all the fucking time, every weekend, in every city, all across America, to the point that it's just like a statistic that everybody just sort of accepts. Yeah, it's just normal. A little kid got killed. You know, a 14-year-old got killed related to a gang dispute. A woman got killed for an initiation into a gang. Somebody got killed because they were selling drugs and they were in their territory. You know what I mean? It's like a fucking... It's like the whole fucking streets are just filled with psychopaths. You know? Like, it just, like, everywhere you go, it's a psychopath, and you're just supposed to, like, pretend that that's fucking normal? Yeah, and you just get desensitized to the process? Like, that's... I don't even get it, you know? Or, like, in rap music, whenever, like, you know, Little Poopy died from, you know, getting shot by a, you know, talking shit on another rapper, and you're just supposed to just be cool with it. You're like, yeah, Little Poopy had it coming, or he shouldn't have been talking shit. And you're like, what are you fucking talking about? Everybody talks shit. Imagine if all the drama channels on YouTube just started killing each other. You would lose your fucking mind. Imagine if, like, Taylor Swift got killed. Like, everyone would be investigating that for the next 2 decades. But for some reason, like, inner city violence is just normal. I don't fucking understand it. Meh. Meh. Right, yeah. Meh. What can you do? Little Poopy killed Taylor Swift. Now that, yeah. What if it happens? Jackson, welcome back for 6 months. Hey, Joe, I'm always a good day when I catch one of your live streams. You've been helping me get through my sobriety. Thank you. You're welcome, friend. Glad you're staying sober. Appreciate you, bro. Keep fighting the good fight. Hit the gym. Go to church. It was Ice Spice, yeah. You read about the lady in Mexico City that ran over a motorcyclist and dragged him under the car for a few kilometers. Jesus. Why does Little Poopy remind me of MCP Pants? It might be him. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to use Grindr in Kensington to meet Little Poopy. You meet him and he's just like on horse tranquilizer, just like swaying back and forth. Are you Little Poopy? Pull down your pants, suck your cock. Okay. Alright, you don't have to say it twice. Thailand, when I went, I felt rich as fuck. One of our dollars was like 17 of theirs. Dude, it's wild, man. Must be crazy, honestly. Is it true that the U.S. government doesn't deny their aliens not real anymore? I heard that somewhere and no talks about it if it was real. It's crazy they're denying it for the last 6 years. Yeah, I think that's pretty well out in the open now. They did some declassing in like Congress or whatever, but I don't know. Nobody really paid attention. They call it UAPs now. That's all I know. Just changing the language for whatever stupid fucking reason. I don't know, man. Honestly, at this point, I really wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's not a lot of actual like alien involvement. What if it was just like post World War II because we were using nukes and they're like, hey, you can't kill yourselves. You're our zoo, you know? And then now we just reverse engineered a ton of their technology and we just pretend that when you see it, it's just an alien, not the US government, Air Force or some shit. Aliens are real. That's where that plane went, that they took it, that Malaysian plane. Dude, I heard that Malaysian plane was fucking Lockheed Martin or some shit. Wasn't that something like that? Like it was just an alien tech or transporting, who knows. The route back from that restaurant was about a half-hour's walk through suburbs, but in between the restaurant and my suburb, there was a shortcut through a forest path that would save about 10 minutes of walking. Now, when I say forest, it was more of a public park, so it had sporadic lighting, and although I wouldn't recommend it at night, I felt comfortably safe as a fit late 20s guy who works out and feel like I can handle myself in a fight. Now, that didn't stop me from feeling jumpy when I kept hearing twigs cracking behind me, though. I'd walk a few feet and turn, and absolutely certain that I'd heard rustling in the undergrowth. I'd walk a bit more, and suddenly branches would swish and a stick crunches, spin around again, and nothing. That kind of thing. Was there a shadow lurking just past the tree line? Somebody hanging out in a hoodie? I couldn't be sure, and instead I just struck my head down. Was there a shadow lurking past the tree line? I couldn't be sure, and instead I just stuck my head down and kept on walking through those woods. I heard a crack. Oh, there's definitely somebody there, and I called out. "Hey, you got a problem, buddy?" It was a stupid thing to say, and all I got back was silence. Now, I stuck my hands in my pockets and just kept on walking. It was the middle of last summer, but a sudden chill had gone through my spine. There were these light patters of rain beginning to hit my overcoat. Perfect, I thought. And so I sped up, convinced that my inner machismo... Machismo? My inner Magismo. I should make a Pokemon called Magismo. It's just Mr. Mime, but like really flamboyant. Machismo. Machismo, let's see. Machismo means it's a cultural concept rooted in Hispanic traditions, representing an exaggerated sense of masculinity, pride, and dominance, emphasizing traits like strength, courage, and being the provider, while often involving emotional stoicism, control, and, macho. Yeah, literally macho. Fascismo. Machismo. It's where your inner cheese man comes out, your inner rat. I sped up, convincing my inner machismo that... Did I say that wrong? Machismo. Jesus Christ. I sped up, convincing my inner machismo that it was due to the rain, not the fear of being stalked. Now, thankfully, I exited the forest and began walking the few blocks to the small, single-story suburban house that I'd purchased from my parents when they moved to Florida. And I glanced around nervously over my shoulder and saw someone lingering under a streetlight. He wasn't looking in my direction, and he could have been anyone, but he hadn't been there when I walked past. And now it looks like he was standing still. I pretended to check my phone, keeping an eye on this guy, and I couldn't see his face, but he looked pretty built. Or maybe he was just wearing layers, it was hard to tell. My night vision isn't the best, and he was right under the street lamp. Now, the best thing to do, I decided, was just ignore him, but I did reach into my pocket and grip my keys as a sort of makeshift weapon. Now, 3 more times on the walk back, I became absolutely certain that I was being followed. Every time I'd whip around and nobody would be there, except I'd always see leaves fluttering as if they'd just been disturbed, or a bush seemed to be swaying as if someone had brushed past it. But I thought it was the wind. Now, one time again, I called out asking if anyone was following me, and the porch light of a nearby house flicked on. I wasn't sure if it was a motion sensor or whether I'd just woken somebody up, so I kept on going. Now, I finally arrived home. My car was sat in the driveway, and I could see that the living room light was on through the huge bay windows that looked into the front yard, and I let myself in with my key. "Honey, I'm home," I yelled. It was sort of a reoccurring joke, but I was also kind of trying to reassure myself. My roommate Meg, not a real name, but she does love Family Guy, was up and, as usual, was burning the midnight oil and working on her dissertation. And that was her excuse anyways, as she was really just wanting the details of my date. She knew that I'd really been digging this Greg guy, and she and her boyfriend Simon were really hoping that I'd find someone to settle down with. She asked how things went, and I said that I'd tell her all about it, so we made some tea and went about. Machismo. So it is machismo? I'm not changing it. We're changing it. They're going to change for me, okay? Doesn't machismo sound better? Machismo. There's no fucking cheese involved, you little mice. No, we're keeping it. Dick Cheesemo. She asked how things went, and I'd said I'd tell her all about it. So we made some drinks and took it into the living room. I took the couch and Meg took the single-seater recliner, and we both put our cups on the table. I sort of leaned back satisfied, and then the front window exploded. Yeah, everything seemed to happen almost in slow motion. I briefly caught movement outside in that darkness, and then something hit the window, hard enough to send the glass shattering in an explosion of sparkling shards. And no sooner had that happened than something distinctly. Boop the Corvid, welcome back for 2 years. Ever meet a face so pretty you want to wear it? Don't worry, the hogs will take care of the body. Oh, I have. I definitely have. Thank you, Boop. Good to see you, bro. Welcome back for 2 years. What if one day all the screens and broadcasts got overtaken and it was Elon Musk explaining that he now owns all the world governments? Would there be chaos in the streets? Oh wait, is our German friend still in the chat? I heard that Berlin's power got shut down and everyone just like didn't have any power at all or something like that. Do. Oh, that machismo. Shard was mentioned in the story in the last, and I've heard sharts every time. Sharts of glass. They want all the Germans to freeze. Oh, yeah, Jack Brown. Did, yeah, what the hell? What's going on? Why is your power out? Who done did it? Was it Klaus Schwab? First stream that you're awake on. Hey Marcel, how we doing? Shards of glass sounds like some Taco Bell I had once. God, yeah. Imagine shitting out shards of glass. Guys, I want to alarm you, but a tech company here is successfully working on AI that responds to our thoughts. Right now, it only works if you wear their equipment, but give it time. Yeah, I've thought about that, dude. Like how quickly you can transfer. I mean, they already demonstrated, and this was a long time ago, but they demonstrated that you could, based on quick scans of your brain, determine based on the scan exactly what you're looking for and then interpret it into like images. So if you're thinking of a giraffe, it can tell you're thinking of a giraffe. So I can only imagine like you could expand that to generalized emotions and things of that nature. When we lost was telegraph communication because that's all we had. It was Klaus Schwab. Okay, yeah. I mean, when is your power come back? Is it coming back or no? Is it just like a testing ground or was it terrorist activity? What the frick? They don't need your brain that can go off heart and respiration activity. Is that all you need? Just heart and respiration? What, as far as like whether they can anticipate you about to do something? Solar flare soon. What's the solar flare do? Doom? Alright, perfect. Is there any way to prepare for it? Doom! Whatever happened to self-tying shoes? I remember Kristen Ronaldo tested them out years ago. Why don't they just normalize fucking Velcro? or shoes that zip. The fact that like we make such a big deal about like Velcro being, I don't know, borderline embarrassing. I guess honestly shoes at the end of the day are just so that we like remember how to tie a knot. Tell Justin he is banned from going bald. I don't think I can do that to him. Whatever his body wants, his body gets. They take your heart and respiration to see what you get an emotional reaction off of while you're doom scrolling, so they can tone down on your algorithm to enslave you. That is kind of insane. I have been noticing a lot, like excessively lately, that like the shit that the algorithm has been showing me is genuinely like shit that I was just like, you were like just thinking about it, like just thinking about it in the other room, and it's like almost immediately within like an hour or two you see it, or you see, you know what I mean, like right, like it's weird. It's like it's not even attempting to hide it, it's just like right to it, and it just weirds me out. Like I just don't understand. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised they have technology. I mean, obviously there's all sorts of algorithms that can, you know, correlate your interests or things you've searched or whatever, or the people you're talking to and the things they're interested in that could lead to said things. But the fact that there are certain things that I think about that it goes right to as soon as I log in, it's been odd, like excessively odd. Probably were some extreme leftists who attacked electricity in Berlin, not fully confirmed, but that is the assumption. That's what, yeah, I was hearing it was some leftist terrorist group that's been around for like a decade or something. Balance of the future. We are all just a number to feed the cog. They know us 2 steps ahead of ourselves. Now let's really debate free will. Right, yeah, I mean, it's like everything is about, with AI, it's just like predictive programming, not predictive programming, but just to predict things to mitigate risk and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, it's going to be weird. Like it really does make you wonder if it's like a two-way communication thing, both like measuring you, is there anything that it could do where it could like send information into your head external from just like the stuff you're watching? Oh, shit. Why do you know about German news? I don't know. I saw it like pop up on something. Some sort of YouTube bullshit. Maybe it's not reading your thoughts, but putting them in your head. Oh, that could be a good point too. Literally putting them in my head in like almost like that's next in the algorithm coming kind of thing. Almost like you can feel or have the sensation of the next thing that's coming in some weird wave form, and then you get it and you think that, I don't know, it'd be really fucking strange. Jesus Christ. God, at this point I have to just assume our brains are tapped, right? Learning language models, using to predict our movements, our buying stuff, all this stuff. That's so fascinating. But that would be the one big technology that they would have to hide from everyone, is the ability to like measure our biometrics through our phones, through our electronics, to then predict us, to sell us things one for one thing, but then imagine being able to communicate from that device into your head in some sort of subtle, strange way. It could like generally get you into a wild stir, in like a strange sort of like sleeper cell type way, like make you go do something crazy, and then you genuinely thought that that's something you wanted to go do, but really you never did. I wonder if there's any way to fight it. No sooner had that happened Then something distinctly man-sized bursting through the open, sending further explosions of glass around the room. Now this figure landed on his feet on our living room floor, shook himself like a goddamn dog shaking off water, shards of splintered glass flying everywhere, and me and Meg holding up our arms to protect our faces. This man screamed something indiscernible. Something like that, I don't even know, but I could hear dark, ragged breaths coming from him. Who was this? Some meth head here to rob us, I thought. Someone on bath salts, a neighbor, an Amazon delivery driver. All of these thoughts were bursting through my head in half a second. No. You already know who it is, right? It was Greg. And Greg gestured wildly at us with this tire iron that he just used to smash our front bay window in.
I effing knew it!
He grunted again. I just stared at him in shock. Meg stared too, and of course she had no idea who he was at all, having only just seen him in 1 or 2 pictures on my phone. And here, he looked frantic and feral. I started to stand, but Greg swung that tire iron dangerously close to me, so I sat back down on the couch.
I knew it,
he said.
I knew you were married. I could see a pale band on your ring finger. You were hiding your wedding ring.
This was, of course, complete nonsense. I'm not married. I never have been. I never have been. Oh, balls and shit. Damn. What do you think the future holds for us guys? Is there any way to fight it? Isn't it strange? Like, I think the strangest thing for me, you know, recently, right, is the fact that they've kind of like revealed all this information about Trump's association with Epstein over the years, and then the ever-reaching blob that is the Epstein like blackmail ring / I don't know, intelligence operations gathering process, blackmail, whatever, espionage. Like, it just extends so far and so wide that you can't help but sit there and never again contemplate a single action that you see in the news as any degree of organic. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like every sitting person that's associated with like either Israel or, you know, any of those intelligence agencies, like, have to be compromised in some way. And there's just no possible way to, like, even the most recent, like, invasion of Venezuela, like, you can't help but sit there and ponder to yourself, like, I know people talk about oil, but it's like the fact that, like, you know how, like, everything that ever happens in the news, especially under Trump, is always just kind of, like, devolves into, like, left versus right nonsense. But, like, you can't even, like, sit there and contemplate these actions from a perspective of left versus right anymore. It has to play into, like, a much larger process where it's, like, sort of like the problem, reaction, solution sort of, like, continuous thing. But it's, like, the problem, reaction, solution is sort of, like, kept within a containment within the narrative of left versus right, right? Or whatever their, you know, end goals might be. One reacting to the other's actions, reacting to the other's reactions, reacting to the other reactions. Just going back and forth, contained within this very confined worldview. But clearly there are other operations occurring in the background that people are benefiting from, right? Whether it's the intelligence agencies or the consolidation of power, or in many ways, like, just the sheer fact that they're getting, like, ICE and the National Guard into all the different cities, like, preparing for something. I don't really know. It almost just feels like the immigration issue is in and of itself just to create domestic chaos over a long term. I don't know, man. It's fucking insane to even contemplate. Well, it worked for how many decades in the U.S.? So yeah, it seems to continue to work, and it seems like you struggle with that in Germany just as bad, right? You know, but it all seems like all of our power structures all fall under the same sort of like general operations, I guess you could say, like all the same sort of system sciences of intelligence agencies that then lead to banking agencies that intertwine with military agents. You know what I mean? It all just like kind of like boom, 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 and they all play the same script over and over again. I just don't know if it's even possible to ever escape their long con, you know? Alley Cats, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Greenland is next, Cuba, then Panama. Mark my words, he will make Elon Musk's father's map a reality. If you don't really know what that is, look it up. Can you tell us about it? Just out of curiosity. I know that BlackRock had purchased the Panama Canal, essentially. So that was kind of, I mean, I guess Panama's already captured in that sense, but I mean, a military occupation of all of these South American companies or South American countries is kind of crazy. It's something it's like I kind of saw it coming in the sense that like the way the cartel was being propped up for years, in the same way that like it seemed like these Islamic extremist groups in the Middle East were being propped up. It all felt like it was the same sort of playbook in a pattern sense, to like basically being utilized as like those are the militia that you will fight. That whenever we decide to begin military operations in said area, those will be the ones that you know, take on as far as the local militia goes. I just got here and stumbled into politics. Will these streams be changed to Let's Read the News? It will, yeah, we're gonna change it all over. Hopefully every video I make gets 100 views and nobody listens. Anyone play Harry Potter Legacy? I don't know about Legacy. I remember Hogwarts Legacy. Never mind. I played Hogwarts Legacy briefly, and it was actually really good. Joel, is this how you feel? How do I feel what? I think the left versus right division be used as a cornerstone to push us into communism. Yeah, how does that play out? I mean, there definitely seems to be an abstract group who seems to be in agreement with that. I mean, a lot of people seem to perceive that the future is going to be some sort of techno-feudalism, you know what I mean? Where everyone is going to be monitored in the same way you talked about your biometrics monitoring through your phone. It'll be used through some form of like, whether it's the phone or whatever, but it's all going to be connected to your like Bitcoin wallet or CBDC wallet, and everything's going to be like loosely connected to those like 15-minute city concepts, which are going to be connected to you only be able to like use, you know, the money that you get is kind of like a UBI concept, and then that only extends for the month, and you have to spend your money within the month, and then you have carbon credits based on how far you can travel in the world. So like you might have enough carbon credits to get to Germany, but you might not have enough to get back or some shit. You know, it's just all very strange concepts. And when you really think about like what money is, all money is the ability to like move people. It's just motion and a measurement of people's work and time and physical effort. That really, if you wanted to orient money from like bananas to shiny stones to fiat currency in its current form, how much harder would it be to like transfer that same type of currency over to a digital form that essentially has no meaning and then has some like abstract connection to the environment as well, which would limit people's movement and be able to keep them under constant security watch and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I don't want to give people ideas, but at the same time, it makes the most sense if you really want to keep people under lock and key. The only question is, what is the catalyst, right? What's the big thing coming that's going to transition everybody to a new, fiscal system that is what I described? I don't know. It probably, like I said before, it probably has to be some degree of a blackout. It has to be some hyperinflation process. Maybe eventually we arrive at like, like the typical like, oh, the hyperinflation begins, the wars begin, all this crazy stuff, and then you have an accord, right? All the banks come together, BlackRock, whatever, they all come together and they say, okay, guys, to help mitigate the ongoing rise of inflation and it from getting away from us, we're going to need to, renegotiate things a little bit. And then they sit there and say, like, we'll introduce this new form of currency that's digital and blah, blah, blah. And then to mitigate the risk on that, we'll do this. And, it completely restructures society entirely. But solar flare, Palantir. So what comes first, though? Palantir or the solar flare? I mean, is the solar flare even going to be organic? Or is it something that's just been anticipated for a long time? I bought some soap from HomeSense recently that smells like Tom Ford Black Orchid. The penny was first to go. I know, dude. Once the penny went, and didn't you think it was weird? Like during COVID, there was like a shortage of pennies. So it was almost like a foreshadowing of what was to come with the pennies. But why the fuck were they making fiscal decisions related to the penny, the physical penny, during fucking COVID? It had nothing to do with anything, but it's just like one of those weird operations that happens, and everyone's just like, yeah, the penny's gone, whatever. What could you use pennies on, though? Fucking making decisions, like if like, or luck. What if that, dude, oh my god, you get rid of all the pennies, everybody's luck is going to be fucked. Think about that. If the nation runs on like an ongoing sort of ethereal sense of, spiritual fortune, how many times does a penny fall on the ground and its head's up, and no one's going to be picking those up anymore as much, and the whole nation probably collapses in itself. And then, yeah, there's no wishing wells. Good point. You go to the mall, you don't have anything to flick into the fucking mall. It's going to cost you a wish used to cost you a penny. Now a fucking wish is going to cost you a whole quarter. That's the real inflation, 25 times. 25x. Nobody can even wish anymore. You're going to have to fucking throw a Benjamin Franklin bill in there and get it all wet. You put my name in the magic Japanese shrines in the mountain. You were big luck, bud. Thank you. Did you know that there's like a creature? It's sort of a panda dog in Japan, and it has huge testicles. And for some reason, those creatures with huge testicles are considered to be extraordinarily fortuitous and lucky. That creature is you with the big nuts. I knew it. I knew you had some straight up cojones swangin'. This was, of course, complete nonsense. I'm not married. Fuck, I hit my thing. I hit my nuts on the table there, sorry. This was, of course, complete nonsense. I'm not married and never have been. Whatever kind of paranoia Greg had about dating a married man, he must have projected it so hard onto me that he saw a clue that wasn't even there. So this is Greg. Greg, this is my roommate Meg. And at that exact moment, at that exact perfect moment, the living room door bursts open, and Simon stumbles into the room, bleary-eyed with bedhead and clutching our baseball bat. And this is Meg's boyfriend, Simon, I added. This story's annoying. Do you think we're more likely to explore the ocean or space first when our technology improves? Both. I feel like the vehicles that we would develop would have to be able to like go into deep ocean, travel through our atmosphere, and then into space at incredible speeds. So it's probably both. And this is Meg's boyfriend, Simon, I added. Now Greg just stared between the three of us. His expression changed like 10 times in a matter of seconds. Fury, horror, fear, anger, sadness, nausea, fury again, and then finally sort of bemused. Oh, well, sorry. Now, he couldn't even blame it on the alcohol. He didn't have a drop to drink that night. Now, what happened was, Greg had previously suffered a couple of bad experiences with Grindr dates. Go figure. Specifically straight or bi-curious men trying out the lifestyle with Greg without a care for his feelings. And he said it happened a lot, but I imagine it was more like once or twice. And I got the impression that Greg fell for people easily, and he fell for them hard. So instead of waiting for me to break his heart, he decided to feign driving home and then parked away from the restaurant and followed me back on foot with the hopes of allaying his wild paranoia when he saw that I lived alone. On the walk there, he'd managed to convince himself that he'd noticed a pale band of flesh on my ring finger in the restaurant's lighting, and that for some reason, this is why I'd only agreed to dates in the daytime before then, as if that made any kind of sense. Now, I don't think people like Greg ever made much sense because he was clearly very, very mentally unwell and needed help. And that's why it killed me to call the cops and actually press charges, because I knew that I had to, because at least that might lead to him being forced to get help. Now, he didn't have to go to jail, but there was a fine, and I'm told that he underwent some court-appointed anger management nonsense. I don't think anger was his biggest problem, though. I think he needed help, but hey, I'm not a doctor. Now, I haven't been on many dates since Greg last summer, not through Tinder or Grindr or any other means. And for now, I'm perfectly happy to work on myself platonically. And Greg, if you somehow hear this story, I wish you had the best. Audrey with the 2 says, "Hi Joel, missed you. I heart you." Thank you, Audrey. What's going on? What's new? What is the popping, pressing thing? Thank you for the 2. Space has no atmosphere, plus it's performative. The sea is boring to us because anyone can step into the ocean. What? What does any of that sentence mean? I feel my anxiety is over the top. I'm brown in America. My worst fear is getting stopped by ICE. I'm a citizen, by the way. Huh. Are you a citizen? Because I could see being afraid of ICE if you're not a citizen. But I think that might be, has there been instances in which someone's gotten arrested or deported when being a citizen? Obviously the lady just got shot, but ICE doesn't care if you are a citizen. Are people getting deported and they're citizen? Isn't there a legal process? I feel like that doesn't make any sense. Yes, Joel. What are you guys saying, though? Honestly, what are you saying? Yes, Joel. What does that mean? It's not, this is a clear, legal process of deporting people through detainment. I need it to be a little more than, what Twitter tells you. Hey, Joel, the rant that you said about wishes costing more than the pay was actually very funny and solid. I would seriously sell that bit to a comedian. That was so true and hysterical. You can have it. I don't care. Many more to come, baby. Many more to come. All for free. Lady had it coming. Bro, there was that one guy who didn't get deported and didn't come back for who did get deported and didn't come back for a year. Nothing about what they're doing is legal. They're even waiting outside of courtrooms during immigration hearings and against the law. I don't know about deportation. I know you can be detained pretty much for no reason. That to me is obviously unconstitutional and fucked. Let's see. Can ICE detain you and deport you if you are a citizen? And has that happened? Documented. They're a militia, the law doesn't matter. Is that what they're labeled as? ICE cannot legally deport a U.S. citizen, but yes, U.S. citizens have been detained by ICE and in rare documented cases were wrongfully deported. That's crazy. Was that recent? Can ICE detain a U.S. citizen legally? ICE has no authority to detain or deport U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens by birth or naturalization is an absolute bar to deportation. In practice, ICE has detained U.S. citizens due to mistaken identity, incorrect or missing records, language barriers, racial profiling, failure to verify citizenships claims. Can ICE deport U.S. citizen? Legally, no. Historically, it's happened and it's documented. A documented case verified. Mark Little, born in the U.S., North Carolina, suffered from mental illness. ICE falsely classified him as a Mexican national, deported to Mexico in 2008, later stranded across Central America. Case investigated by Department of Justice. Government admitted fault. Settlement paid. Pedro Guzman, a U.S. citizen born in California, mentally disabled, deported to Mexico in 2007, didn't speak Spanish, lived homeless for months before family located him, lawsuit settled with federal government. Thousands detained, dozens deported. The American Civil Liberties Union has documented thousands of U.S. citizens detained by ICE. Holy shit. A 2011 Department of Homeland Security report acknowledged at least dozens of confirmed wrongful deportations. Actual number may be higher due to underreporting. How does this happen? Common uses: ICE assumes non-citizenship and places burden on detainee. That makes no sense to me. How does that happen? What's up, Iris? I know someone this happened to. He was unable to contact his family. That's fucking crazy. Thousands of citizens sounds kind of cope fake. I mean, what do we have then? What did it say? The American Civil Liberties has documented thousands of U.S. citizens detained by ICE. And you would assume, I don't know, but I mean the Mark Little, Pedro Guzman back 2008, 2007, maybe those are just the most obvious ones since there was like settlements on that and people could legally represent them. But if you didn't have it and you were just like fucked in fucking Mexico or some shit. I've heard they were given the green light to racially profile they forced they have to be using is sad. All I have to say is families should not be separated. Yeah, it's fucking insane. Lost or inaccessible records, people pressured to accept removal to escape detention, no lawyer present, very common, databases containing incorrect data, immigration proceedings are civil, not criminal, detainees are... Let's see, what can you do if you are wrongfully detained? If you're wrongfully detained, especially by immigration law enforcement authorities, here's what you can legally do. Immediately, while detained, clearly assert your status. Say out loud and repeatedly, I am a U.S. citizen and I do not consent to detention or removal. Do not argue facts casually. Assert status. I am a U.S. citizen and I do not consent to detention or removal. Do not sign anything. Do not sign voluntary departure forms, removal orders, statements admitting non-citizenship. Signing can waive rights even if the detain is unlawful. You can say, I will not sign anything without a lawyer. Demand verification. Ask them to verify citizenship through passport records, birth certificate databases, social security records. If immigration related, request escalation to a supervisor. Ask for a lawyer, even if not guaranteed one. Say clearly, I want to speak with a lawyer immediately. If immigration detention, ask for a legal orientation program. Ask to contact family or counsel. Document everything if possible, mentally or physically. Record names and badge numbers, facility name, date and time, what was said and by whom. If released, write it all down immediately. Legal actions you can take. File a habeas corpus petition. This is the most powerful tool. Habeas corpus equals challenge unlawful detention. A judge can order immediate release, especially effective if you are a U.S. citizen. Detention lacks probable cause. Lawyers often file this within 20 to 48 hours. File civil rights complaints after release or through counsel. You can file complaints with the Department of Homeland Security Office for Civil Rights, Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, American Civil Liberties Union. These complaints create a paper trail and can support lawsuits. Sue the government. Wrongful detention can support lawsuits for false imprisonment, due process violations, civil rights violations. Many victims have received financial settlements and sometimes substantial, especially when detention lasted days or longer. If you're not a citizen but lawfully present, you still have rights. Right to remain silent, right to a lawyer at your own expense, right to challenge detention, right to a bond hearing in many cases. Do not assume cooperation, faster release, it often backfires. Prevention, smart preparation. Highly recommended to carry proof of status, passport or passport card. Keep digital copies backed up. Give a trusted person copies of documents, a lawyer's number. Oh yeah, this might be good for like a lockbox at a bank or something like that. If you're naturalized, carry proof of naturalization, not just ID. The hard truth, wrongful detention does happen even if it shouldn't. The system often presumes non-citizenship, places the burden on the detainee, moves fast unless challenged legally. Bottom line, assert status, don't sign anything, demand verification, ask for a lawyer, document everything, file habeas corpus, wrongful detention, right? Pursue complaints and lawsuits. Okay, well, that's crazy. It's genuinely insane. The way things are being done aren't right, so I'm glad you're speaking on this because a lot more people need to know this and their rights. Yeah, for sure. For sure, it's terrifying, honestly. But I don't get how much so many people are against getting all the illegal people out of their country. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, if you're like not a citizen, you came in illegally, especially, you know, I understand the primary focus being on criminals because it's such a large degree of millions of individuals that it's just like, how do you even process that whole thing outside of like, you know, basically making mistakes like this, right? So it's just creating like absolute chaos. The only thing I can really think is if there is some degree of like bleeding through, you know, the permeation of the border to just like create a stronger border system process to mitigate that. How can you do all that when you were detained and not given the right to phone calls? Right, yeah, maybe you can just like not sign anything or not, you know, and just ask for a lawyer, assert your status, and maybe they'll be legally forced to give you one. I don't actually know. I mean, many or most are from immigrant families. The only true citizens are Native Americans. Oh, well, not within the legal system, right? I mean, like there's obviously a definition for what a citizen is within like the legal confines of the United States. So like that philosophy is not, you know, how it works or whatever. But I know what you're saying, but it's not how it works. You ever see the episode where they got to draw a line down the middle of a room to create boundaries? No, I haven't seen it. I haven't been on any dates since Greg last summer, not through Grindr or Tinder or any other means. And for now, I'm perfectly happy to work on myself platonically. Greg, if you're somehow listening to this, I wish you all the best, and I'm sure you'll make someone a great partner one day. But for you and I, please, let's not meet again. Listen to Ren Money Game. He explains all about it. I'm traveling in March. I'm a little scared, to be honest. Travel? Where are you traveling to? Remember when they blew up the immigrants in the sea claiming they were drug lords? No, I don't remember it. This world won't change for 3 more years. What do you mean? What's happening in 3 years? No biblical prophecies, please. You don't want to spoil it. Okay, so we got one more story. No, wait, do we have one more story? I think this is the last story. The orange one is staying in office for 3 more years. Oh, word, yeah. I mean, listen, like I said, like if Trump's compromised by like the power structures that controlled Epstein, right? If Epstein is just an asset of intelligence agencies, you know, and then the opposing political party is also just as compromised, this perception in your mind that everything comes from the top-down executive position and that these operations are all originating from solely that person, it's just illogical to think that way. It's not to say that you can't, you know, displace that blame onto them, and you have every right to do so, but you have to think from a bigger perspective. Imagine this happens to you by mistake. You're taken to a different country and get put into prison and even end up dead there. That literally is a possibility that's happening now. It's scary. It's terrifying. Yeah, that would be a fucking nightmare. I'm going to go get some tea, guys, but talk amongst yourselves. Be civil. Don't argue about politics or just be nice to each other. But I will be right back, okay? Alright, guys. Okay, so I'm a little bit scared, though. Because every time I go take a tea break, right? And I fucking come back, Pradeep gets into, like, hunter mode. And this exact spot, you know, cats are very much about their routine. And this exact spot is, like, where I get, like, back into my situation, and then fucking Pradeep just ambushes my foot out of nowhere. And, like, pretty hard, too. I see you. I see you. Get out of here. I literally look through the fucking cracks on the curtain and I can see him fucking, like, ready to pounce. He's such a shithead. I don't know what it is. It's like this specific moment where because it was really cute, because, like, I opened up the curtain, he was, like, laying on the floor, and he, like, was, like, sprawled out, and he, like, rolled and did, like, a meow, like, hey, you're done, you know. But because I'm not done, and because I went to, like, go do something and not give him attention, I think he's, like, wildly pissed about that. And then, therefore, when someone doesn't give you attention, what are you supposed to do? Every logical person inflicts pain upon that person, right? And that's what he does. Just kidding, don't do it. Don't be a cat. Cats just like women, for real, for real. Alright, guys, we got the last story here. Yeah, Pradeep does like fetch too. It's pretty cute. How's he doing? He's good, honestly. He's just... every day he amazes me. How he is still just a cute little kitty. Okay. I don't think I fit the picture that people imagine when I say lesbian GameStop manager, but that's who I am. I wasn't a manager when this happened, just a lesbian GameStop. Oh. I don't know why that sounds really funny. I wasn't a manager back when this happened, just a lesbian GameStop. It was when I had been at GameStop for about... oh, okay. It's just a play on words or whatever. It's funny, though. Oh, you're reading a poem? What's the poem? The amazing adjective. The verb said to the verb, who was venturing to the sun, he said, girl, a noun is like a nun. Alright, mods, can you ban whoever wrote that? You're a lesbian GameStop? Nice, dude. Do they still exist, GameStops? Do lesbians still exist? Do they still have those? I wasn't a manager when this happened, just a lesbian GameStop. And it was when I'd been at GameStop... God damn it. And it was when I had been at GameStop for about a year and a half, at around October 2014, when I was about 22. We were still in the era where a conventionally feminine female gamer was something of an oddity, at least in my town, and we're long past that, thank God, but it could get a bit tiresome. Now, you're probably imagining my story is going to involve the worst in a long line of terrifying incel male gamers hitting on me at work after crawling out of mom's basement. Now, maybe that happened occasionally, but honestly, in my experience, that whole stereotype is just played up and played out and nowhere near as common as people think. And now your listeners are going to be calling fake or plant or whatever, but I swear, this has always been my genuine experience. I know there are plenty of weird gamer bros out there, but well, I think this story itself is proof of why you can't simply never tell who's gonna... Yeah, we got e-kittens now. Electronic kittens. Who grow up into digital cats. Did you know there's over 1 billion OnlyFans accounts? Not the consumers, but the one that makes stuff. Full-grown digital kitty. I'm just kidding. But that is a good question. How many content creators, quote-unquote, are on OnlyFans? Oh, I'm definitely an e-kitten. Electronic and ready to play with a yarn ball. Alright, key numbers. 4.19 million creators are on OnlyFans globally in 2025. Other reports similarly estimated over 4 million creators. These creators can post a wide range of content, not just adult content, though the site is associated with adult content creation. This figure refers to creator accounts, individuals who post content, and wouldn't it be funny to know like one of your friends is on OnlyFans and makes a killing, but they're like ugly, and you're like, what the fuck? Okay. No, don't make an OnlyFans, it will hurt your soul. Alright, so let's see. How many of those accounts that create make a good living? I don't know, that's kind of subjective, but what do you guys consider a good living? OnlyFans, the average creator earns roughly $150 to $180 per month, about $2,000 per year, far below typical full-time wages for most people. The earning distribution is highly skewed. A tiny fraction of creators make the majority of the money, as you would expect, right? Top 1% of creators, this group earns roughly 33% of all revenue on the platform. Within that top 1% are 300 creators making over $1 million per year. Wow, 300 amidst the... Wow, 300 creators amidst the 4.2 million people creating. Thousands more earn substantial incomes, for example, 50,000. Okay. Can you create a graph to help make sense of population versus income? How much does Sophie Rain make? I think you can look that up. I've never heard of her. Never even heard of her. I have no idea who she is. Personally, I've never looked at a big booty Latina in my life. When I work in retail, I try to stay in the back and unload trucks and do inventory as much as possible to avoid people. That sounds chill. Whoa. Wow. Wait, that's crazy. Yeah, the top 1%. That's so fucking insane. Huh. Yeah, it's literally just a 1% of the population owns 99% type scenario on fucking OnlyFans. That's hilarious. Bottom 90% of creators averaging $150 a month on average. This is the overwhelming majority of accounts. The top 10% of creators making $3,000 a month on average. This is where a livable income starts. You have to be in the top 10% of creators on OnlyFans, sharing your dick, vagina, boobs, or butthole. Or, you know, reading stories like myself. to like make at like $3,000 a month, and the top 1% of creators are making $50,000 a month on average. This group captures a massive share of the total platform revenue. This isn't a normal bell curve, it's a power law, winner take most distribution. Winner take most loads. I'd rather work my butt off because I respect my dignity. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, like, what if you were on there for so long you just didn't make shit and you had to deal with all the the various creepers, and just like it's going to exist on there forever, and then soon they're going to use AI to look at, do whatever with it, and it's just, yeah, I definitely highly advise no one to ever use OnlyFans to make money ever again in their life. End of story. If it's your talent, though. What is your talent, though? What would be the talent? What is the talented part of OnlyFans? Honest question. I guess talents are just inherent, where you're like born hot, and your passion. That's good. I don't know. Maybe as a side hustle, do Uber and OnlyFans. Oh, God. And I can't, it's the craziest thing is like thinking about some of those OnlyFans people who like, have to get into these like sleazy agencies that are like, I mean, obviously the top guy at OnlyFans is more or less like a pimp, right? Just pimping everybody out and taking his cut. Pretty much the Jeffrey Epstein of everything. And then on top of that, you have like the sub pimps, or like the various warlords who like, manage all the quote unquote talent. I don't know. And the worst part is that you have like such a limited shelf life for like how long you can do it as well, potentially, and it's just, I think people hating on OnlyFans is ridiculous though, because they have no issue with men who own porn websites. It's just controversial when women have autonomy and take the profit. I mean, I like I just said, I think the guy at the top is a sleazy pimp, and exploiting, people's sexuality, but like on such a massive scale, like you just arbitrarily creating 4.2 million porn stars out of nowhere, commoditizing just like individuals who are just on the day-to-day life, I don't know. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. I think life would probably be easier for most people if they just didn't make an OnlyFans. And yes, that guy at the top is a pimp named Slickberg. Like I was saying earlier, Joel, I'm begging my schooling to become a healthcare interpreter. Beginning your schooling to become a healthcare... What's a healthcare interpreter? What is that? Almost every single woman that's made it big on OnlyFans has come out and said they regret it. Well, that too. I mean, like, it's probably not... I don't know. It's got to be just so much pressure. Do you know how much pressure it is to be hot all the fucking time? You can't have a fucking pimple on your ass, or you're screwed. You're out $2 million that month. It sucks. No one wants to look at a fucking blemish on your butthole. Stinks. It is hard being hot. Like, I mean, you kind of have to work hard to be hot, right? You gotta watch your diet, you gotta work out, all this shit. Well, like, I translate for people verbally since I speak both Spanish and English fluently. Oh, okay. Sorry, I mean, sometimes I hear healthcare interpreter and it kind of sounds like, someone who looks at like data for like hospitals or something like that, but that makes sense too. That's cool. That'll be good. I know there are plenty of weird gamer bros out there, but, well, I think the story itself is proof of why you can simply never tell who's gonna be like what. What the fuck does that even mean? Crying now about the blemish. I was just kidding. You can have a pimple. I don't care if people have a pimple on their butt. I'm just saying, like, if you're making millions, like, that's how I would feel if I was a porn star. Like, you can't have a dick curve. You can't have more than one. You can't have more than two balls. That sucks. Like, what if you're just 3 balled up and like people are like, what the fuck am I looking at? Can't have an Audi belly button. How many porn stars do you know have an Audi belly button? Probably none. Is there an interview to get on? Is there a casting couch to get on OnlyFans? 2 tips. Like just an outgrowth of a tip. It's a side tip. Men born with 2 penises. Are they both operational penises? Because when I hear that, I hear money to be made in the circus. Making money as a freak in the circus is really underrated, honestly, at this point. It's a dying art. Pimples, 3 balls, 1 eye, brown eye, just a butt full of poop. Oh, man. Why? What the hell's going on in Japan, man? The whole poop thing. I know there are plenty of weird gamer bros out there, but well, I think this story itself is proof of why you can simply never tell who's going to be like what. Now, it was October and GameStop was bringing in extra staff ready for Christmas, and particularly Dude, the word particularly is the fucking most annoying one they made. To hell with whoever invented that word. The Latins. The Latin root. Joe, how old are you going to be this year? 35 or 36? I'm going to be 36. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm unked up. I'm unculating. I'm unking on my junkin. It's attractive. Oh, nice. Let's fucking go, baby. I'm the hottest guy on YouTube. Honestly, it's weird. It's like, if you're on YouTube, as soon as you turn like 22, everybody's ready to shoot you in the head with a rifle, Charlie Kirk style. But then fucking in Hollywood, it's like everybody's like 55 and like daddy status. You know what I mean? What's up with that? It was October and GameStop were bringing in some extra staff ready for Christmas, and particularly the release of GTA 5 on PS4 and Xbox One that month. And so I wasn't surprised to see 1 or 2 new faces, but I was surprised when one of them was another girl. I was glad that I'd have someone for some girl talk. What I wasn't looking for was a relationship. I was with someone at the time, so I didn't even consider that's where her mind could have instantly been going. She was a bit shorter than me, with a nose ring and a bad green, blue, and pink dye job to her badly cut hair. And it's easy to be uncharitable now because I know what kind of person a panda. Name your kid a panda. You're not the hottest guy on YouTube because Nardwar's on YouTube? Dude, Nardwar's a fucking fed. I know it. So, do you remember the poop you took earlier? That there was corn in it. That there was corn in the poop. What was that from a burrito you got at Chipotle? Yeah, you get the extra chicken. You get the double chicken with the double wrap. Yeah, you like it. You like it. You think the girl behind the counter is cute, but you think you're too old for her, don't you? He's like a fucking demon that knows every thought in your head. Get the fuck out of here, Edward! Fuck you! Get the fuck away from me! You can't escape me, can you? I'll find you. I'll find you. He's like a dog. Yeah. Nardwar stole my outfit. Dressing like like I'm in fucking Caddyshack. You know, I saw something how people look way younger than people in the 80s. People compare Hulk Hogan and Logan Paul when they were 30s. Someone in Sofia Vergara is 52. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we definitely look hot as shit. I won't disagree with you. All of us are gonna make so many babies. It's gonna be so cool. It's easy to be uncharitable now because I know what kind of person Amanda is, but I hope I didn't cast judgment on her at the time. She was just a normal, young, alternative girl, really. It's just now looking back that she developed into a monster in my mind because she truly is one. Amanda was really intensely friendly with me, but in a way she tried to hide with some very sarcastic ambivalence. I didn't pick up on this at the time, I just felt a bit confused, and it was like she was bursting at the seams to get to know me, but wanted to play it cool and act like she didn't care. She had this weird way of speaking where she'd start out talking really fast, and then slow down after the first sentence like she was mentally putting the brakes on, kind of like Nardwuar. Now, when we first met, she'd rushed over ahead of our manager, Dan, and already introduced herself. Now, she abruptly gave me a hug, which took me aback. Coworkers didn't typically... Nardwuar, Nardwuar, Jackie Brown, bro. Who even are you? You're German. You're German. I've got a big fucking rainbow-colored afro, guys. Come on. What would you do if Tucker Carlson stalked you? Yeah, he's just outside your window. Good evening. We've been following you recently. We noticed that you, Guys, just because someone in the chat says I'm bald doesn't immediately make me bald. I would rather not describe myself, honestly. I would prefer to exist as a bit of a Freudian enigma of sorts. With dreads. Nonchalant dreads. Holy shit. They captured Bigfoot? Oh no. Mexican farmer claims he captured a gnome. Locals say the land is now cursed. Ancient gnome legend resurfaces after farmer finds this creature in his field. That's like a monkey with an outfit, I think. Yeah, it's really hard to know what is AI or is not. But I really, really, really want to believe in gnomes. Yeah. I shave my head. I live in upstate New York. I'm gay. I'm retarded. And I shit my pants every day. If you see that guy in the street, it's me. It's not a homeless guy. It's fucking Joel. Did the story mention Nardwuar, or was that you? Yeah, I just added that in because it kind of sounded like the way they described them speaking sounded like Nardwuar. And then you, and then I get really excited, and then I release the information that you are doing a thing. Bro lets it crust. Stuffed crust. Stuffed crust diaper. Ew. Ew, you guys are sick. Joe, one night I had a dream about you. You were in an automotive repair shop. I recognized your voice and said it's Nader. And you said, who? Who the fuck? I don't know if someone came up to me and said, hey, it's Nader. I mean, now that I hear it, I would probably be like, okay. But if I was out in the wild and someone was like, yo, it's Nader, I might be like, because sometimes I get off the stream and I just like instantly disassociate with the fact that I have a YouTube channel and have any responsibility to any people that exist at all. It's like I get out of here, I take off my robe, I walk around my home naked, and then I go hunting. I go out and hunt the most dangerous game. I would snipe Justin. I watch him everywhere he goes. If he doesn't get the exact same fucking latte every single day, I will freak. I could do stand-up. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. It's just so tough. Like, I'm pretty good at, like, off-the-cuff conversations and thinking of funny stuff, like, conversationally. But, like, dude, writing jokes down and performing them the way Justin performs in Japan, oh, man, it's tough. It generally is, like, how do you do it? How does one pretend to be something else, you know? Yeah. Shh, we're hunting rabbits, but I'm like completely naked like Elmer Fudd. I'm pretty much Elmer Fudd without clothing. Back in 1967, you could order a live pet monkey from a magazine. Comes with a free cage, leather collar, leash, a toy, and instructions. Live delivery guaranteed. It just shows up like dehydrated and like begging you to kill it. That's what a monkey sounds like. All for $18.95. That is a fucking steal. Probably taxes too. But see, places like California, the German in the chat, California doesn't want you to have a monkey. But you know who would let you have a fucking monkey? The South. Fucking Florida, baby. No taxes and a fucking monkey? Come on. Fuck Berlin. Fuck Berlin. Fuck it, man. Dude, you're gonna move to America and be the most patriotic motherfucker you can possibly imagine when you experience the freedom to own exotic wildlife and guns and fucking huge quarter sticks of dynamite that we light off just to celebrate the freedom. Alligators for pets. It's so sick. Joel, if Nardwar were to interview and find some crazy fact nobody knew, what do you think he would find? So, the diameter of your butthole. I was in your toilet. And you had like a polyp on your butthole. Do you think it's precancerous? Nardwar, get the fuck out of my plumbing! Get out of my plumbing! His face is like covered in shit because he crawled up through your fucking toilet. Alright, anyways. She abruptly gave me a hug, which took me aback. Coworkers didn't just typically hug me, so I wasn't used to it happening all of a sudden. Also, I'm not particularly a huggy person when it comes to strangers especially. And she told me she was Amanda, even though Dan had already introduced her. And then she said something like, "We're gonna be working together. Isn't that so cool?" Now, she said this like we knew each other from school or something, like we were old friends. Now, I probably paused too long scanning her face, trying to place if I actually did know her. Now, she told me that we'd gone to high school together, and I had this very sinking feeling. Had I shared classes with this girl and completely forgotten or ignored her? And then she added that she came to GameStop all the time. Now, it later turned out that the reason that I didn't remember her from high school was that she'd started her freshman year when I was a senior. Now, we didn't have classes together or even know each other or have mutual friends or anything like that. We'd simply attended the same high school for 1 year. And of course, because we were both women, I was put in charge of Amanda. Now, showing her the ropes and teaching her how to work the register, how to take inventory, the usual, I was kind of flattered that they trusted me enough to have another employee shadowing me, since I hadn't even worked there myself for 2 years. Now, things were fine with Amanda at first, if a little intense. She'd always stand right next to me when I showed her things, kind of pressed up against me, and she was almost a head shorter than me, but sometimes she'd lean in so close that I could even smell her breath. And God, her breath reeked. I don't know what it was. It wasn't standard bad breath. It was something that she'd eaten. I'm sure of it. Like boiled eggs or something that I never actually saw her eating. But something... boiled ass. just finished my new delicious boiled ass. When Chills cooks cooks his girlfriend dinner. I just made you some boiled ass. Bon appetito. Booty broth. Boiled culo. From an alligator. What's Spanish for gator or like crocodile? Crocodilio. Here, where's Audrey for the translation? That's the first thing I'm going to ask when I go to Spanish hospital, is for the lunch staff to give me some crocodilio. Gayo, Luzardo. Cayman? Okay. It was something she'd eat. It was... what the fuck? Crocodile. Let's go on day 10 without a stove oven. You should just get yourself one of those Wonder ovens or one of the air fryers. They're sick as shit. Is there magnification in your tea? Are you magging? Oh, I'm magged up, baby. MAGA. But instead of the Trump thing, it's magnesium dash. Aw, yeah. It was something she'd eaten, I'm sure of it. Like boiled eggs or something, but I never actually saw her eating egg. It was unpleasant to the point of unbearable, and it took all my willpower not to recoil away on more than one occasion. Now, Amanda just did not click with me. I didn't enjoy her company or find her interesting to talk to. Amanda felt differently, though. She would constantly find excuses to talk to me or hang around on break and during work hours, and she would talk non-stop about things she liked, or movies she'd seen, or bands she listened to, and, of course, games she played. Now, I very quickly noticed a pattern with all the things that she talked about. She was constantly telling me things that she liked or hated, just bombarding me with information about things like she was trying to force her tastes on me in the weirdest of ways. She never stopped to ask if I'd listened to said band or watched said movie, or what my opinions were on any of the things that she was talking about. She would just sort of go on about how much she liked, say, One Direction, or The Conjuring, or Marvel movies, or some such. I didn't really pick up on it at the time, but there was no defining genres or themes or any personalities to her tastes. It was like she was just sort of naming random popular things at the time to talk about that had no connection to one another or painted any real picture of her identity. If you've ever met someone like this, you'll know what I mean. Like they're not a real person. She obviously did watch the movies and listen to the bands and play the games, but she would talk about them relentlessly. She usually loved things that she talked about, but occasionally hated them to the point of the kind of fucking thing. Are you excited for Bad Bunny next month? Pats. No. I'm not excited for Bad Bunny. He's uninvited to the Super Bowl. To the rigged fucking NFL Super Bowl WWE bullshit. Listen, if you didn't see the other fucking day, the Green Bay Packers versus the Vikings, they fucking kicked a field goal when they were down. Dude, it was like 17-0 or something, and they kicked a field goal to like match the betting fucking spreads. And it's just like, if you don't know this, the NFL is literally labeled legally as like sports entertainment. It's not even an actual sporting event. So if they ever get sued for anything related to like betting or whatever, the legal language literally keeps them from being held accountable. But it still doesn't make any fucking sense, because like there's still people that bet on it. But why are you allowed? You don't bet on the WWE, do you? Does anyone bet on the WWE? That's not on fucking all the sporting betting websites. So why the fuck are you allowed to bet on something that very clearly is just entertainment in the form of the NFL? It doesn't make any sense to me. You would think at some point there is going to be like multiple class action lawsuits, and mark my motherfucking words, there's going to be massive class action lawsuits against all of these betting companies solely based on the fact of what eventually gets found out during the investigation. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely off base, and maybe there's so many people in on it that it's like would be literally impossible to like discover all of that. But I just think to myself, like, if you can, like, how can you bet on fake entertainment, right? How can you bet on fakeness? Get your check, Kings. Yeah, everybody get your $3. I don't know. I love the NFL, and I love I love football, American football. Like, people from the time they're young, they work their ass off to get to a good college, to get on a team, to get recognition, to eventually get drafted, and literally it just ends up being the same shit where the people who have the money get to dictate whether or not you even get to play at your capacity. Now, it's not all the time, but it is some insane shit whenever like the bookie calls and said like, hey man, why don't we up the points by 3 points instead of, in literally 1,000,000% of all circumstances in an NFL game, if you are down by multiple points, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you get 3 points because it's irrelevant. What you want to do is score. Even if you know you're still going to lose, you try and score or whatever, or just like run, but like nobody fucking kicks a field goal. Like, I don't know. That's just strange as shit. Didn't Tim Tebow say the NFL was fake a few years ago? I don't know. I've never seen that. I've been like looking for like some whistleblowers. Like, I genuinely have been waiting for some of the NFL players to like come out with some whistleblowing bullshit, like a Cat Williams type character, but in the NFL, who's just like doesn't care anymore, is like was a backup and then like lost all of, spent all of his money, and now he's a drug. I don't know. They'll say something to probably negate that person anyways, but who is Cat Williams? He's just like a comedian who like also talks about weird. He was talking about Diddy parties long before Diddy parties were even a thing, about how Diddy would like, identify in on somebody and then try to like basically like rape them. Man and woman. Cat Williams is very funny. He is literally a pimp named Slickback. If you remember in the Boondocks, a pimp named Slickback. He's the voice of a pimp named Slickback, I'm pretty sure. The Boondocks. She usually loved the things she talked about, but occasionally hated them to the point of almost unsettling rage. But it was just the most bland, wide-ranging set of subjects, like someone Googled popular things and was just checking them off. Now, eventually I had enough, and I had to ask Amanda to chill and give me a bit of space, and it was kind of driving me insane. I sort of expected her to take it badly. Now, what I didn't expect her to do was try and kill me and then act like nothing happened. Now, I would cycle to and from work in those days. I had a license, but my apartment was close. That sounded weird. Cycle. Like biking. I'm a psychopath. But you prefer Canadian geese or English geese? Let's take a look, actually. That's a good question. Canadian geese. Oh, those are scary. Let's see. What's the other ones? Canadian English. English geese. Oh, dude, we never get to see English geese, but I guess you got the white one there, the domestic goose. Those I feel like I see more on farms. They are beautiful. I do like the English geese. But I feel like they're so rare that all we get is the Canadian bullshits who migrate and don't even let you get anywhere near them to ride on their back. Divine Jupiter with a 5 says, a guy was listening to a Ravens game over the radio the other day at work, and they were against Philly, lost a field goal, missed, the guy smashed their radio. That's awesome. I love it. I don't know, man. As soon as the wool is unpulled off the eyes of the majority of, like, Americans about how fake the fucking NFL is, that's going to be one of the biggest unravelings of like people's, basically their structures on how they like make sense of reality. Because you see how fucking insane people from the UK and the Europeans are about like football, man, football, you know, like it's going to be that times 56,000 whenever like the NFL is like demonstrated as a rigged mess. Get ready. The NFL shouldn't have charity exemptions from the IRS at all. How come? Present your case. I'm listening. That's okay. I mean, I understand why people would be into the sport they're into, but I don't know. Like that level of like giving you something, you know, the bread and circus of existence to, you know, turn your eye away from, to have that degree of escapism from the ongoing bullshit of politics and the fact that you never get what you want and whatever. Like that's what sports are there for, to give you purpose, to make you feel connected to some community, to, I don't know, have a commiseration when they lose, or a certain sense of identity and pride because they win. It's like, it's all connected to tribalistic warfare. And the second that you say that you're going to sit there and present the fact that the whole sense of tribalism is just a facade, I mean, people are gonna, they might go outside and touch grass barefoot, bro. It's gonna be nuts. So is American culture fake? Well, it depends what you mean by that, you know? Like if the definition of American culture is football, then yeah, that level of like consumeristic show is probably pretty fake, yeah. But I mean, I would say that extends to almost every culture for the most part. Most fart. The American fans gotta learn so much from atmosphere from European football fans, Cheerio and stuff. I agree, honestly. Like you guys' level of like mockery and like your chants and all that kind of stuff, we don't get enough of it. Like the one NFL games that I've been to with the Baltimore Ravens, they were a degree of toxic, but there wasn't like, I don't know, as many like good connecting songs, and it definitely didn't have that level of like Harry Potter hype that I feel like football normally has. I would cycle to and from work on my bike in those days. Now, I had a license, but my apartment was close, and I didn't want the cost of a... Motherfucker, I didn't want the cost of a vehicle upkeep. What the hell is that even sentence? Consume. Never stop shopping. Keep shopping. Now, I would cycle on my bike to and from work in those days. I had a license, but my apartment was close and I didn't want the cost of a vehicle upkeep. That is such a fucking weird sentence. I didn't want the cost of a vehicle upkeep. Why does that sound like so unnecessarily wordy? Or maybe it's just the A in there. One letter means unnecessary wordy. I would cycle to and from work in those days. I had a license, but my apartment was close and I didn't want the cost of vehicle upkeep, and so I always kept my bike in great condition. But one night, cycling home in the dark, my brakes failed at the bottom of a hill and I came skidding off into the gutter. Now, it could have been much, much worse. There was one intersection on the way home and that could have been lethal, and I know those brakes had been screwed with though. God damn it, man. I feel like going in, like, you gotta have to, like, if there's, like, a thing you want to reveal as a writer, doing it abruptly feels so strange. There was one intersection on the way home that could have been lethal. I know those brakes had been screwed with. Like, it's just, like, the jump to that feels so abstract. Juliana, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Gracias. I need to get back into hockey. Is that sport rigged? Probably, bro. If there's betting, if you can bet on it, You know for a fact like some degree of some mafia somewhere is involved in determining the outcome. Because the less risk mitigation, the more you can mitigate risk, the more money you can guarantee. And that's the only thing investors want anymore, is just guarantees. Investors don't even want to take a fucking chance anymore with anything. They're such pussies. Some would say they're smart, but I say they're weak. Boom. There was one intersection on the way home, and that could have been lethal. I know those brakes had been screwed with. They hadn't been cut or anything. Wait, what? They hadn't been cut? I thought that was the whole fuck. I know those brakes had been screwed with. They hadn't been cut or anything. The nuts were just loose, causing the grip to slip and not function immediately. Just the type of thing that I was pretty meticulous about checking when I did my weekly upkeep on the bike. Now, I didn't mention the bike incident to anyone at work because I didn't have proof, and I could have been completely wrong. But it was just a couple of days after that when Amanda's demeanor towards me completely changed. She was still as overly friendly as possible. Dude, it's always towards the end that my brain starts to just fucking go with these stories. Holy shit. It's the fucking mag, dude. The mag UGG. How do you pick your between stories sound? It's the same one on every one, right? Outside of some older episodes, so it is basically, I've been using the same sound file since the beginning. Once I found that one, it felt like a mixture of relaxing and creepy. So I was like, that should be perfect. It's not disruptive, it's just right. She was still as overly friendly as possible, still forcing her company onto me whenever she could at work, albeit slightly less often. But this is where things did a 180 to become intrusive. Instead of ranting at me about pieces of pop culture, she suddenly switched to relentless questioning. What movies had I watched that week? What games was I playing? What's my favorite song? Who are my favorite bands? What shows were good? What did I recommend? Just constantly a barrage of questions. There was no pause to take in information or to discuss anything I brought up. She wasn't actually listening to my answers, or at least I didn't think so. And soon, what felt like a spark of interest became insulting, and I realized that it wasn't worth answering properly because she didn't actually care. And so I'd give a brief, abrupt answers to pretend that I hadn't heard, and then she started asking about things that weren't pop culture related. Where did I live? Did I like anyone at work? Who had I dated in high school? Stuff like that. And thankfully, that only went on for a couple of days, and I managed to avoid having to give her any personal information. But good Lord, I didn't think that I could have taken this for long without snapping. Now, I'm not sure why I decided to answer her, and so confidently too, when she asked me if I had a partner. I don't know if I was hoping that maybe she had a whole bunch of homophobia waiting in the wings and would just leave me alone when she found out that I was gay. Now, I have no idea why I'd assume wide-eyed. When I first found you, I thought you just filmed your pre-recorded outro every video. I didn't think you recorded every time. Aw, yeah, I'm so consistent. Homophobia is fake homophobia. Was meant to ask how you end up on half-dead astronaut theme in your vids. Yeah, it was from when I first started. I was reading science fiction short stories and creepypastas and horror and all that kind of stuff, so I thought the perfect in-between was this 70s sci-fi horror vibe, and it's just kind of stuck. It just kind of stuck. I am looking in many ways to find an artist that can replicate this style and make me a new profile picture. It's actually kind of insane how that 70s sci-fi art style is essentially lost on a lot of people. And the only person I've ever been able to find that kind of even is able to remotely replicate it is someone who makes like collages. And I feel like the collages are kind of stupid. I mean, they're not stupid, but they don't feel like actual effort. Used to do the 3 a.m. planks with Jay, yeah. Do you have a skin, or is the skeleton pretty close to resemble you? Yeah, it's pretty much me. As I say, I lost my face in a freak exfoliation accident. Be.utiful women are toxic, especially Erica Kirk. Holy shit, dude. Holy crap, man. Isn't it weird just in general that like words elicit such emotion from so many people? Have you ever thought that? Like, I've heard so much shit in my life that you think, like, at 35 years old, there's not a single fucking thing that anyone could actually say that would fill me with... Like, the only thing that makes me guffaw anymore, right, is levels of just, like, stupidity, if that makes sense. But stupidity from the sense of, like, how did you even arrive at that perspective? Which I guess is kind of, like, too generalized, but my point I'm trying to say is that I've heard so many insane things from my existence in real life, on the internet, whatever, that the fact that really anybody at this point having had an existence on the net, probably most of their lives, somehow still find it in their hearts every day to get upset about things from the offense taken standpoint, it's just weird to me. I'm like, are those people even real? Hey Mike, I appreciate you, bro. Good to see you. What do you got planned? Got any hunting trips coming up? Is that the culture? It might be. Who knows? Maybe people are just trained on the fact that if they say that they're... I mean, I understand we've kind of moved past it and it's getting dull at this point, but at the same time, it's still kind of like, that's the stuff that upsets me, is like the level of stupidity at the offense of words. Like why do people act like the words are like magic spells in their mind? Like, sure they are, in the fact that they should, to some degree, elicit things because we're communicating with one another. But don't you get desensitized towards it eventually, where you just like, whatever. People say the things and they say the things. How's your voice so perfect for reading? When did you realize it was worth your time? I had no idea, bro. When I first started out, I just thought that reading was like a way to do YouTube, and then it just evolved into it. So honestly, maybe I just got really fucking lucky. You think a lot of them are AI? Yeah, that might be the case, honestly. If you really sit there and think, like, I thought about the more recent, like, invasion of, like, Venezuela, right? And you go into the comments of every post. Well, first off, when you see, you know how, like, there's so many Instagram posts, and I'm sure on TikTok it's the same way, but it's always some fucking moron. Not necessarily a moron, but just a random Goomba on your screen telling you with, like, a selfie perspective on their video all of this information really, really fast. And they're doing it with like such a degree of conviction, and the fact that you're so familiar with that tone that you immediately assume that what they're saying is correct, or that it holds some degree of authority, though you don't know them from a fucking random hobo on the street, right? And it's very strange, because sometimes I do wonder if the government just sort of like releases those type of content creators out there to say shit just for the sake of like drawing up the sort of conventional like X and Y, zeros and ones, black and white, left and right narrative, red and blue, blah, blah, blah. Like it just, and then you go to the comments, and then it continues to amplify the like limited Overton window conversation. Like it just, like I can only imagine, to really dictate reality, social media is the weapon. Social media, from a intelligence standpoint, to me, has got to be the fucking weapon to the fullest extent. Like that level of information that you can control and influence others it's got to be just like so wildly valuable. It's been proven to be true, it's just not reported much. Yeah, I don't know. Richard Dotty is a great example of the disinformation the government is willing to put out. He's the only one of many. Who's Richard Dotty? Yeah, I make my stories up just on the fly. Just sit here and I stare at a blank screen and hit record, and I just kind of come up with the rest of the plot in my head. That would be more impressive than fake stories, honestly. He's so creative. Don't live blissfully ignorant or unaware. I can't help it. I thought you paid for ChatGPT for your stories, Joey, like shiny gold tails. No, dude, I've tried GPT. I mean, we tried it on stream to try to write a story. It's like genuinely fucking terrible because every story it writes is the same. You know what I mean? It doesn't, all it can do is like formulaically turn like stories into replicatable numbers, right? Because it's not really thinking or having a feeling or like, you know, stream of consciousness. It's just like taking numbers and recognizing patterns and kind of anticipating what you want to hear. But when all of its references begin to amalgamate into one hive mind concept, that's when you get the same shit over and over again. His old Air Force spreads a lot of disinformation about UFO decades ago and still does, really. Yeah, what does he say about UFOs? I've been listening to a lot of ufology shit lately, and I do wonder to what extent, you know, especially the more, recent UAP bullshit is really just sort of like preparing the population for the eventual fake UFO bullshit. Oh no, this technology of anti-gravitic bullshit you've never seen before is now the new, ISIS or whatever, the false flag bullshit. What's your opinion on an absurd amount of AI horror story narrators on YouTube? Yeah, they suck, and I've been fortunate that I noticed that YouTube doesn't show them to me anymore, and I would advise YouTube to really hyper focus on human created stuff going forward. Sure, you can have that stuff, but I wouldn't promote it as much because I don't know. I think AI has come to a point where the bubble is going to burst. All it's going to be able to do is self-reference itself all the time, right? So, it's just going to continue to create. Why are you lamowing at that? Because I'm advocating for myself? No, but you don't understand. AI only has itself to reference right now, so it's just it's reaching a peak, I believe. And eventually that peak is going to catch up to the investors, and then the investments are going to fall, and then the tanks, all the stocks are going to fall, and then all the government, the companies are going to centralize. I mean, that's kind of the plan anyways, right? But I'm just saying that it's never going to be enough to replace human creativity. Never! You'll never replace us! Never! Fuck you! Never! I think they do. They don't promote AI content or channels. Yeah, but it took a while for them to realize that, I think, because their own AI learning system was basically using all of that AI generated content to teach itself, and it was kind of fucking up its base algorithm, if that makes any sense. It's owned by Google. Google won't because they own VEO3. They own AI video creation platform that's going against their own interests. I don't know. I've had an instinct that they're pulling back a little bit. One, like I said, because of the self-referential AI bullshit. It's like the snake eating its own tail. It's never going to get new information if all it ever does is try to replicate itself. And eventually it's going to just debase itself. It's the same reason that you ask AI, and I could be wrong, obviously I'm always wrong, but I'm also always right, so maybe none of it matters. But the point is that if you take a picture of The Rock from WWE and you ask it to make that exact image again, it'll just continue, and you just keep replicating that process of asking it to repeat that image, it's going to eventually just turn it into a fucking blob of crap that is no longer even remotely discernible to its original form. And so you just to even really continue to generate what you need, it's like, I'm sure there's a term for it. There's got to be a term for it, right? But it's just slowly sort of like self-destructing in like an abstract digital half-life, you know? AI image creation stream. And it sounds, what will we even make? Just Teletubbies porn? Yeah, The Rock eventually becomes a potato. Did The Rock finally admit to use roids after he lost like 60 pounds and looks super skinny and old now? He did, yeah. He said he loves Deutschland and that everything he's ever done is a fucking fraud. You love me, I love you too. One steak with a side of Stockholm Syndrome. Delicious. Do you think people will use AI or ChatGPT for their wedding vows? Did you say you started med school? I have no idea why I'd have assumed that she didn't already know. And so I told her I'd been with Laura, my girlfriend, since 2012, and we were thinking of moving in together. Amanda, I swear to God, went white. She literally started trembling slightly, and I was actually concerned that she was having a seizure or something. Now I asked her if she was okay. Amanda nodded and stared at me in the deep, intent way that gives me chills to this day, and then suddenly she blurted out some kind of sentiment like, "I'm so happy for you," and swept me up in huge, overly tight, uncomfortable. I was just wondering. No, I was just curious because I was like, I feel like you talked about med school quite a bit. I was like, when is this starting? When are you gonna be able to cut me open and remove my biles, my lower chakra? I've seen people use ChatGPT as a therapist, so it wouldn't be surprising me. Honestly, it does sound like some people like generally debrief their entire day with ChatGPT. Do you remember when the Mike Israetel, who like went from like a pretty cool content creator, and I do like him, I generally do like him, but then like once he started getting like these strange abstract philosophies to having some like weird, like he talked about like having a weird emotional love for ChatGPT and the fact that he can't wait for this AI to become in a human body or some sort of biological robotic body so he can hug it. And it's just like, damn, dude. Doesn't he have a girlfriend or a wife? Like, how could you or friends? Like, guy friends or a dad? Holy shit, dude. I literally just saw, like, some, like, shadow go over my... That was weird. That was weird. Like right over top of my fucking ceiling, I just saw like a shadow cross over it. That was really strange. And I look over and Pradeep's like dead asleep near the fire. Yeah, I'm about to get disemboweled. My eyebrows, big and bushy. Dr. Bush. It was my bush. Sorry. Sometimes you move and cast a huge shadow upon the wall. AI is designed to be hyper-psychotic. Yes, man. It's made to cheer you up regardless and justify all your actions, encourage you on your path to be you, irrespective of how whack you are. Right? That makes sense. Thankfully. Thank God we have AI for that specifically. I wear a bald cap. Dude, I told you I wear a wig, a powdered wig, every stream. And I show up in a judge outfit with a powdered wig. Way too much powder. AI is designed to spit on my bush. I don't know why, but seeing like memes all over the place, like about having a bush is just, The idea of like a bush is just so funny. Bald and bushed. They call me Joel Bush for a reason. Amanda nodded, staring at me deep and intent in a deep... Amanda nodded, staring at me in a deep, intent way that gave me chills to this day. And then suddenly she blurted out some kind of sentiment like, "I'm so happy for you," and swept me up in this huge, overly tight, uncomfortable hug, and then stepped back, beaming as if nothing had ever happened. Got to that! I don't want to read anymore. I'm fucking dead inside. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. We're good. Amanda nodded, staring at me in a deep, intent way that gave me chills to this day. And then suddenly she blurted out some kind of sentiment like, "I'm so happy for you," and swept me up in a huge, overly tight, uncomfortable hug, and then stepped back, beaming, as if nothing had even been wrong. Why is that not flow? I'm gonna fucking die in my sleep. I'm gonna have a sleep apnea stroke. It's gonna be so sick. Amanda nodded, staring at me in a deep, intent way that gave me chills to this day. And then suddenly she blurted out some kind of sentiment like, "I'm so happy for you," and swept me up in a huge, overly tight, uncomfortable hug, and then stepped back, beaming, as if nothing had ever been wrong. Now this was obviously the point that I knew something was very off about Amanda. Thankfully, she wouldn't be in my life much longer, but it gets oh so worse before it gets better. Amanda became absolutely obsessed with The Last of Us. Now that sounds par for the course in 2024, but back then the sequel wasn't yet out, and we had the original and then the remastered version on PS4 and Xbox, and Amanda actually bought a copy of The Last of Us Remastered that same day, but I thought nothing of it at all. Why would I? Everyone was buying it. Now one day, Amanda walked up to me in the break room and literally thrust that Last of Us box into my face. Now I remember what she said next precisely because it was so insane. "I would love a relationship like that. Someone who will fight through the zombie apocalypse for me." And then she paused. "With a girl," she added, staring intently at me. She had this real piercing yet blank stare, and this expectant stare that says everything and nothing all at once, and the more you get to know the porpoise, the last of my bush. The last of Bush. Fuck. American Bush. The Bush who shagged me. Mr. and Mrs. Bush and their beautiful son, George. The last bush on the left. And then she paused. "With a girl," she added, staring intently at me. Now she had this real piercing yet blank stare, this expectant bush light. when you cut off just a little bit, it's called bush light. Oh, fucking Christ. Then she paused. "With a girl," she added, staring intently at me. She had this real piercing yet blank stare, this expectant stare that says everything and nothing all at once, and the more you get to know the person, the more vacant and creepy it seems. Now, I said that was cool, something vaguely dismissive. She says, I think I'd make a good lesbian. I just responded in silence. Yeah, I think I'd be good at pleasuring other girls. What? I was still in silence. I'm attracted to girls. To other girls. Now me in silence, and at this point I am cringing internally so hard my ovaries feel like they're gonna explode. Yes, I realize that I'm attracted to girls because... And as she began to say this, blessed Hail Mary, the door opened and our coworker Matt walked in. Now Matt is the goofy, cheerful type who takes nothing seriously, and you can never really get mad at him thanks to that. Hey, I'm also attracted to girls, he says very jovially. 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 Hey, what's up? My name's Joviali. Matthew Joviali. I'm always jovial. Jovially. Do you think your YouTube on your off days? Do I think about my YouTube? Yeah, I think about YouTube all the time. All the time. If you think about the communicative instinct of AI, it's easy to see that it basically replicates the personality you portray to it back at you, just personified. Yeah, you're pretty much doing, what do they call, shadow work with it or whatever, like looking into your self essentially, but maybe in a more like narcissistic sense. I don't really know. It's Leash from New Zealand. It's been a while since the last time I listened to a live video. I just had a little girl. I finally got back to listen to your videos. Now, get back to sleep. Hey, Leash. Congratulations. It's amazing. That's wild. How's New Zealand treating you? Jovial. I've been infected with the sillies. Fuck. Do a glute spread on camera. What if I did that, like made an announcement on the community tab? Hey guys, attention! Like I just kept like talking about it for months at a time, getting people like prepared to see my asshole. Hey guys, tune in next time when I'm gonna be spreading my fucking cheeks. And remember, the next video is educational. I voted for Bush. Hey, I'm also attracted to girls, he said jovially. Now, I could have kissed him at that point for absolutely decimating the tension. Man, if hateful looks could kill, though. Amanda could have been on trial for murder at that point, as she glared at Matt in a way that I'd never seen anyone glare at anyone else before. Even Matt, completely unfazed by anything, stopped in his tracks. He was clearly taken aback and asked if something was wrong. Now, I protested, laughing, and insisted emphatically that it wasn't, and anyway, my break... What the fuck? And anyway, my break was over and okay. James Charles is my top subscriber. I hope so, bro. He's such a good guy. Such a good, honest human being who's never done anything weird ever. If you're gay, you should just be an assassin. Like, you should just work as a hitman for the government because nobody ever gets mad at you about anything. I protested, laughing, and insisted emphatically that it wasn't, and... What the fuck is this sentence? I protested, laughing, and insisted emphatically that it wasn't. And anyway, okay, I can't pick up on the fucking pacing. Your Honor, I like boys. And he's like, oh, okay, well, you blew up the Senate building, so we're gonna let you pass. I protested, laughing, and insisted emphatically that it wasn't. And anyway, my break was over and I was due to get back on the store floor. Now that night, I called Matt up and decided to finally tell someone else at work how uncomfortable Amanda was beginning to make me. Now, up until now, I just kept it to myself and Laura because I'd feel like crap if I'd affected someone else's employment because they made me personally uncomfortable. But today had just been super weird and creepy, and like Laura said, we'd be expected to immediately act if a guy behaved like that. Holy shit. Holy shit. This story's literally about that. Except it's a gay woman. You can do whatever you want. There's no rules. There's no fucking rules! Let's go! But today had just been super weird and creepy, and like Laura said, we'd be expected to immediately act if a guy behaved like that towards a woman. Matt wasn't dismissive. He actually took it very seriously and said that he'd help me swap shifts if I needed to avoid Amanda, and that in the meantime, I should stick near him and he'd make sure that I wasn't caught alone with Amanda at work. And to this day, I really appreciated that. Now, a week later, I received the first note. I found it in my jacket pocket when I got home one day after work, and it said, "You are a cock-teasing..." There's rules? Nah, no shirt, brother. There are no rules. Good morning, Joe. I woke up finally caught alive. Good to see you, Supart. Supart. Super hot. After drinking caffeine at 10 p.m., why am I not sleepy? Dude, yeah, you gotta be careful. I'm tired. I guess it is 4 a.m., huh? Les, be honest. I don't want to read anymore, guys. Someone take over. Popcorn. Strauss, you read. It's 10 a.m. for you? Holy shit. Did you go to bed yet? Popcorn Chris. Do it with a German accent? Yes, this is probably going to be my last ever scary story you've ever read. This is actually a very heartwarming story. This one is about when my grandmother passed away, but she was, she was living, she had a good life. She was a slave in the castle, but she was a happy slave. This is the most romantic German story ever about a happy slave. Joe, you don't want me to read. I'll mess up worse than anyone here. Oh, come on, Strauss. Come on. It's a very optimistic story. You learn that in school. The first story we learn when we arrive is a story about the boy who spilled water on his pants. This water made him look like he was peeing his pants, so as to not bring any further embarrassment upon his lineage. The boy was put in the closet until he suffocates. It was a great honor, I'll be honest with you. A week later, I received the first note. I found it in my jacket pocket when I got home one day after work. You're a cock-teasing little bitch. Stop leading me on. From Matt, it said. And so I showed it to Laura, and then I called up Matt and told him what Amanda had done. Because of course it was freaking Amanda, not Matt. Now we decided to wait and try to catch Amanda in the act, and it was the only way to ensure that something could be done. There was no real danger of anyone actually believing the notes were from Matt, but there would be no way to prove that they were from Amanda either. It took another 2 weeks and another 3 notes before we caught Amanda at it. Now during that time I made a point of avoiding Matt. No confrontations, no mention of anything, but I wanted to give the impression that I was at least wary and buying it. And the second note had also slipped into my pocket during work. This one said something about me being a series of slurs that applied to queer people and how I'll burn in hell. And the next note was taped to the seat of my bike and said much of the same. Only this time it was written on a I never knew the fun was falling through. And everybody said how to do. And I found falling apart. About to start a narration channel, honestly. If you do one of like the Mr. Ballin style stuff where you put yourself on camera, all you really need to do is get like better camera quality and better sound audio, and you'll just, and like decent script writing with editing, and I feel like it's really doable. Hey, what's up, Brian? It's snowing right now. That is what I like to hear. It's a beautiful spring day with beautiful snow. That's a bad Hitler impression. You know what, Christy? Sounds like you watch a lot of Hitler speeches to know what he sounds like. Curious. When it's super foggy, I say, what are we, in Silent Hill or something? But no one laugh. No one laugh at me. About to text you some voice memos, practicing big fella, careful what you wish for. I'm telling you, bro, listen. You figure out your niche, you figure out the shit you want to talk about, you put yourself on a fucking, like, YouTube shorts or Instagram or TikTok, all that stuff, and you just start saying some outrageous shit about something that happened. You don't even need to, like, come up with anything. And people will just, like, be like, yeah, that's the guy that tells me about the fucking weird shit. I like him. And then you do your best not to, like, lose all credibility or whatever, and, like, you're set, bro. Strauss Outdoors with the 10 says, I laugh with you always. Thank you, Strauss. Thank you, Strauss. We appreciate you. Only this time it was written on a piece of toilet paper. Unused, thankful. Uh-oh, my voice is starting to go. This is it, friends. Please reflect on the photo I sent you, by the way. I had tears in my eyes laughing so hard. Bro, I'm crying. I don't know why that makes me laugh, like when someone types the comment, I'm crying. Like to indicate they're crying laughing, but they spell it C-R-I-N-E. I'm crying. I don't know what that's so fucking stupid, but I love seeing it. Bro, I'm crying. Oh, shit, okay. I don't know. I'm crime. I'm a crime solver. Only this time it was written on some toilet paper. Unused, thankfully. In the end, we caught her by pure freaking chance. We've been trying to come up with a great plan to catch her in the act, and in the end, we just walked in on her slipping the note inside this Tupperware container that held my lunch. And of course she tried to protest immediately. She'd seen Matt putting something in my lunch, so she wanted to check it. Now I said I didn't believe her, so she tried to stab me. Okay, so that's kind of 0 to 100 really fast, okay? Fry, what's up, buddy? That one's for you, baby. Baby girl. This one goes out to all the hot bitches. Me sneezing on your face. I never knew. Yeah, there's a big escalation. We're still in the GameStop lesbian. That's such a great title to the story. The GameStop lesbian. Bro, I'm crying. I'm crying, son. Ugh. It sucks because once I sniz, I'm fucking done. I've been snizzed on by a guy before. He didn't even say sorry or help clean it off. I bet. Of course, she tried to protest immediately. She'd seen Matt putting something in my lunch, so she wanted to check it out. Now, I said I didn't believe her. And so, she tried to stab me. Alright, I gotta get this right, because this is like 0 to 100 fucking insanity shit, and... I said I didn't believe her. So she tried to stab me in the eye. Stab. She tried to stab. I said I didn't believe her. So she tried to stab me in the eye with a fork. 1 minute I was yelling at her, the next minute a fork was flying towards my Fuck! What is going on? My body's shutting down. I've been hacked. I've been biometrically hacked. They're trying to turn me horny and gay. I don't have an issue with that. Just letting you know what's happening. Does Joel love me? YouTube says he does not. Can I unlock some badge? What does YouTube say? What have they been emailing you separately? Hello, narrator. This is Mr. Bingle from YouTube Rep Support. We want you to know that your favorite YouTuber may or may not have a crush on you, but we're leaning towards the not part. Okay, good day. Honestly, if I did have kids, I probably would have them fight physically for me to determine who's the best. I used to work at a welfare office on my lunch break. One time I saw a guy with a massive homemade 10-foot whip. He was slapping it all around and near a tent city. That's fucking awesome. It's just dude, you would be the top homeless guy. You would be the most powerful homeless guy if you had a whip. Oh my god, dude, that's the future. You dip that shit in like propofol alcohol and like light it on fire, you would literally be the fucking Balrog from Lord of the Rings. No one in the homeless camp would fuck with you if you had a big ass fucking fiery whip. And I don't think it's illegal. I actually don't. And like I don't even know if there's any laws in most of those homeless camps, honestly. No rules. Everyone's a GameStop lesbian. 1 minute I was yelling at her, and the next minute, a fork was flying towards my face, held by a snarling Amanda. And she went from 1 to 100 in a second. I tried to fight her off, holding her wrist, trying to keep the fork away from my freaking face. Now with her other hand, she's clawing at my stomach? Yeah, and then homeless Gandalf shows up. Fucking just do that. I really do hope at some point that some degree of the homeless figure out magic. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but I just hope whether it's aliens or God, but somebody just gifts the human population with supernatural abilities. But I just really, really hope that starts in like a no man's land of like LA. There are definitely homeless camp rules. They regulate themselves, but there are rules. I don't know why, but you talking about them like very seriously is just like makes me think that, you know, I've been observing the monkey people for some time. There are rules. They have customs and cultures like us. Trust me, I've been studying them. Do not take them lightly. These homeless people can move together in packs. I've seen ones with whips and staffs. With her other hand, she was clawing at my stomach, trying to... I don't know. She knew I had a belly button piercing, and she was trying to rip it out. I shoved her away hard, and she slammed against the refrigerator. I looked for something. Anything I could grab, and there it was. a Master Chief replica helmet that a manager had put in the break room. And he was so proud of that thing, and we weren't supposed to touch it on pain of death. But I figured he'd probably understand when the alternative was my death. And so I snatched up that Master Chief helmet, the pride of GameStop, and swung it as hard as I could straight into Amanda's face. The helmet crunched, and so did her nose. Blood exploded over the prop replica. Amanda hooted and tried to lunge at me with that fork again, and I swear to God, this was the most satisfying moment of my entire life. I'll never get it back. I swung my leg back and planted a kick right into her crotch, as hard as I freaking could. She dropped like a sack of potatoes. The manager came rushing in after hearing the commotion, and so did Matt. Now, it wasn't hard to prove that there was no way Matt could have put the note in my lunch, and circled back to the shop floor, met up with me, and then re-entered the break. What the fuck is this saying, man? Do people not know what run-on sentences are? Silly goosers. Cortana. I just knocked out a lesbian. I was at a rehab with many homeless. They will burn people out, which means they will literally set your tent and stuff on fires. They make you leave. They do have rules. Holy shit. Lit gaming? I know it might be much to ask, but we need you to re-infiltrate the homeless camp. We need you to study them. We may be able to weaponize them against the communists. Their unpredictability, the way in which they blend into the background of culture, at any moment, we could activate them, mobilize them, utilize them in chaotic ways society has not yet seen before. Oh, you were never in a homeless camp? Oh, sorry. Still, we need you to go in. I'm going to be sending you some fingerless gloves, probably a really oversized winter coat that you probably will have to wear during summer as well. Sweatpants that may or may not have some caked shit in them. Socks with holes. And some fucking old pair of Vans that I don't even know if you can tie together anymore. 2 sizes too small. If you report here in the morning, we will cover your face in dirt so you blend in. I call this Operation McGillicuddy. Operation Unhoused. That's it. The future of America depends on this. I did have to sleep in my car for 7 months, but I'm good now. Okay, so we've got experience. This is just one step further. That was all training. Training for what we're about to use you for. The reward? You don't need a reward when patriotism is on the line. Operation Bum Maxing. Jesus Christ. If your president makes you attempt to invade Canada, can you just have some good food and some weed or beer? No promises, Sonomi. I'm probably going to be on the front lines, so I feel like I was talking to Trump the other week and he mentioned like you specifically. Like he wanted something from your fridge or medicine cabinet. I don't know. Just all I'm saying is be ready. Be ready for somebody to kick your door in at any moment. The manager came rushing in after hearing the commotion, and so did Matt. It wasn't hard to prove that there was no way Matt could have put the note in my lunch, and circled back around to the shop floor, met up with me, and then re-entered the break room. There were witnesses. And when Amanda started yelling about how Matt had confided in her that he was obsessed with me and how I kept rejecting him, well, that's when we didn't even have to try proving her guilt anymore. And so I asked her why she tried to stab me in the eye with a fork, and her answer was, to protect me from Matt. You literally could not make this stuff up. One other funny twist to this, though, is because Amanda never bothered to actually learn anything about me, the object of... Yeah, I gotta get a shower. One other funny twist to this is because Amanda never actually bothered to actually learn anything about me, the object... Motherfucker. One other funny twist to this, though, is because Amanda never bothered to actually learn anything about me, the object of her accession. What is wrong with my fucking butthole? It's dripping. Just kidding, my brain. It's coming out of my ear hole. One other funny twist to this, though, is because Amanda never bothered to actually learn anything about me, the object of her obsession. Too many fucking syllables. We need to go back to monkey grunts. One other funny twist to this, though, is because Amanda never bothered to actually learn anything about me, the object of her obsession, she had no idea that Matt is my first cousin. So that's how weird... Why is that not something they fucking mentioned before? You thought it was Bigfoot, but it's actually me, Dr. Homeless. So that's how my weird... Oh, fucking Christ, dude. I'm so lost. One other funny twist to this, though, is because Amanda never bothered to actually learn anything about me, the object of her obsession, she had no idea that Matt is my first cousin. And so that's how my weird, creepy, obsessive GameStop coworker got fired, for trying to frame my cousin for harassing me. Obviously... Obviously, the cops got involved, and Amanda was going to be charged with... Oh, I didn't even press record. Fuck. Obviously, the cops got involved, and Amanda was going to be charged with harassment and attempted assault. And in the end, though, we had to settle out of court because I'd smashed her face in with that Spartan 117 helmet, and while things would have likely turned out in my favor, I didn't want to go through the prolonged court case when we could just settle. At least she was banned from the mall, though. Now, I found Amanda on Facebook a couple of years ago. Obviously, I didn't add her, but it was remarkable to see how much she'd visually changed. She married to a man and has 2 very young kids, and I really hope that she's changed as a person and isn't an insane melting pot just waiting to bubble over. I hope she dealt with whatever sickness caused her to act the way she did towards me. When I last looked on her Facebook, which she keeps publicly visible to all, I saw that she'd recently become the youngest ever board member of her area's local HOA. So as to whether she's less crazy now, who can honestly say? Remix the story? What should we mix it with? Oh my god. Okay, we finished this shit. I don't know why. Oh my god, 5 hours? What the fuck is going on? I'm working overtime, guys. You guys should appreciate this. Your YouTube reader is losing his crap. What's that, mercenary? Okay, guys. I need you to think of something fucking funny. If I don't laugh, something bad could happen. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or pick that big nose... Fuck. Or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks of member... That doesn't make any sense. Or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are down in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember... What the fuck do we even remember? Are you Five Nights at Firkin kidding me? A noun is like a nun. How do you mag help you sleep if you get this hyper, or are you just delirious? I think I'm just delirious. Delirious, snurious. I'm about to jump in your burrius, hurrius. Have you seen my bush? Whack. This shit is whack. Whip out my cack. I'm cackling. I'm crying. Oh yeah, I might say that at the end. Thanks so much, friends. And remember... Fuck, I kind of burped there a little bit. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, I'm crying. I'm crying. Crying. Ichabod crying. Is it Ichabod or Ichabod? Hello, Doctor. It's Ichabod crying. Strauss Outdoors, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you, bro. Alright, guys. Super fun tonight. Appreciate you. Ichabod. Itchy body. Crying. Thanks for hanging out with me. Love you guys. Appreciate you. And I'm going to get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there. If you're super fancy, you call it Patreon. Just like the Queen did before she passed. She actually passed away because she didn't get enough money on her Patreon. Sadly, nobody cared anymore. And then I will get it up on YouTube. Same time, same place. 9 p.m. EST. There's a new motherfucking podcast out every Tuesday at noon over on the Let's Read podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts. And then check out my true crime channel, Saturn Soul, also on YouTube. New videos every other Tuesday. And then, follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live for new streams. Guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I love you. I appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Thanks for understand that whatever comes our way, it was planned that way. So at least, we're trusting the plan and we're sticking to it. All right. Goodbye, everyone. Not forever, though.